Bring you some more CCA action. Start off this third qualifier. We got a matchup between Goomies out of Virginia Commonwealth University and then RIT White Prawns from Rochester Institute of Technology. Immediate banger of a matchup so far, so I'm excited to get into this.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking at some of these teams a little bit, just like looking at the stats tool thanks to our lovely stats team at the CCA. Because if there's one thing I love about CCA compared to other Splatoon League, it is the stats, the knowledge, the collegiate knowledge. Okay, if you say so myself. I'm looking over here at the stats real quick, and I'm seeing RIT Tiger Pro have a lot of strong win rates on their modes here. Their best mode being Rainmaker, having a 78.9% win rate, Spicy. That is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and what's also insane is that their win rates are above 65 on all 4 game modes, and that is by no means easy to go have that kind of win rate. That and like in this kind of environment is insane. And RIT is a very strong program to look into right now. But the thing about Goomies also is that their win rates are also all above 50% for this. So it's like we got 2 teams really hungry here, and every game matters in the circuit format. So I'm so hyped to get into this first game.
Real. We're going to be kicking off with Division 2 specifically with these 2 teams here. Looking at the map list here, it is a play all 3 format as we mentioned before here. We're going to be starting out on Clam Blitz on Mako Mart, which is quite an interesting game mode because I feel like it's just one team fight away and then you're already at the enemy's basket, Spicy.
It really is, yeah. With the distance between the 2 baskets, as well as how mid can be kind of volatile at times, you really are a team fight away from scoring at all times, as you mentioned. And that's kind of the beauty of Clan Blitz Makamart. So it really is going to be a matter of seeing how are these teams going to approach this game with their weapon loadouts and all that, and seeing what we got going here tonight.
Yeah, for sure. We are loading into this game real quick right now. Things are live and ready. Wait a second. I think we just had the streamer inside the Goomies side as well. And that is that's something you see every day. Putting the producer guy Joryan, by the way, doing a fantastic job here. Give a big shout outs to him for being around and being able to cover all this here. Putting them on your side here to hopefully skew the match on the commentator's favor. Quite an interesting strategy, Spicy.
It really is. And also, there is some strategy to it, I guess. You can only hear what's happening from one POV. So I guess that's probably what it is. We're not going to have any insight on anything except for Joryan's POV, and the player we're getting isn't even in the team. So obviously not intentional, but imagine like what it's there. But we're eventually going to get into the rest of the game and what an actual start, assuming when we do get started. So got some time to prepare then when we eventually go into that first game now.
Yeah. Okay. To get a little bit more details, I did get a little sneak peek at the the comps there, and I saw a heavy edit on Goomies side, and that just immediately screams, okay, they want to play fast, aggressive here. Because typically when you play a backline like edit, right, you want to move faster, right? You're making up for the lack of range that you typically have with, like, say, a pencil on your comp here with the more aggressive kit here. You have the curling bob to swiftly move in and out into position as needed here, as well as a huge amount of paint output for that cooler. So I'm interested to see how Goomies is going to be able to utilize the heavy edit here. The team are quickly readying up here. We are getting into the game right here, right now. Spicy, let's start off here with Division 2, Game 1, Clam Blitz on Mako Mart.
Yeah, we get a chance to look into the comps again. The heavy edit, as you mentioned, paired up with some other interesting options. And on both sides, we got some great options. I'm looking at that Anarchy Nova as well from the side of Gumi. So this is going to be a really great way to see like what we got going from both these teams. And really, how are we going to make the most out of these comps? Especially with heavy edits really being on both teams.
Yeah, for sure. It's quite an interesting situation you can be on because you have edits on both sides here, trying to slowly contest mid as well right now. We have Curious on this pencil as well, so it's a pencil edit combo as well coming out from Gumi's side here, and a wipeout already happened, Spicy.
Yeah, that's an insane wipeout, and as we mentioned before, a team fight away from scoring as we're immediately getting in with the first points of the game. And now trying to see how much way more points are we going to be able to get onto the board here. Already past the 80 point, already past the 70 as well. The basket's going to keep open here, and it looks like we're already touching the 59 now, but it's already a 3-down situation. Rare having to just stay alive at this point, forced to jump back, and it is going to be closing the basket, but that's a solid opening push there.
Yeah, fantastic push from Goomies here. You know, getting a solid 2 power clams in there just around that is so good to start it off here. But no, it's going to be Lymel on this jet here, taking down Bubbles right here and on setting up their team for a push here. You just need a little bit of clams through the Ink Rush. It almost has it right here. Curious is close to a cooler right here. I think we're going to see some scrapping soon, Spicy.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some scrapping soon indeed. Just watching this now. And once again, we're almost back into a team fight situation. 2 down from the side, Ferris side now. And now and it's a great response now from RAT. Going to try and see how many more clams are going to be able to get into this point now. Burger throwing up those strikes, trying to change the pace of the game a little bit here. And there, that basket's still, we're still keeping open. RAT trying to respond. Now already at the 65, but it does look like the basket is going to close. But they did make a dent in that, into that lead.
Oh, for sure. Any points on the board is good points on the board here. And especially setting up these strong specials like the crab and the cooler right in mid with the cover fire from the edit here. You just love to see all that pressure here, but they have not been able to move up with all of that right now. There's a little bit of a stall game going on in mid here. Goomy's trying to break through really quick right here. The cooler is dished out here. Bubbles looking for an opening here with this Dread Ringer here, trying to live through this jet right here. And oh my goodness, they still managed to get it, Spicy.
Yeah, that's a huge pick on that side now. We've got to see seeing how both these teams are really approaching this now. RIT trying to see something. Limelo trying to move around, dodging those strikes. But Goomy's also just holding strong defense, and Bubble there with that Reef Slider is able to find a pick, and that's a massive pick at this point. Game is halfway over, and this game is really tight at this point. Bubble still trying to find some extra things there with that Dread Ringer, trying to just put on some extra pressure, and they're doing a great job here, really denying RIT a chance to score, especially now with a 2 down.
Oh my goodness, the double bucket combo is going absolutely insane here. Look at all these clams just free for the making. Burger gonna scoop all of them up. Nice and easy. Curious gonna drop the clams in here. Burger gonna try and go in from the side and score even more here, bringing it down all the way to 38 before finally getting shut down there. Insane wipeout from RT White Prawns, but you cannot be happy with the score that is on the board there, Spicy.
Well, definitely not, but look at those power clams already set up from the side of RIT, trying to push in for a basket push soon, and yep, there's already one power clam opening up the basket, seeing if they're going to be able to get anything else there. Victory trying to get that extra pick, and Limel able to score. We're once again down to a single-digit game, and now we're 1 clam away from RIT potentially taking the lead here, and they are going to be able to find the basket once again, trying to keep this basket up, and they're going to still keep on going. Only 3 away here. Their heavy edit has enough to end the game. Is it already going to be able to do 1 clam away, and they get wiped out in the process. What a hold from Goomies.
Oh my goodness, Goomy's defense, they're coming in at the 11th hour there, just when they needed it, and the game was just about the end, where it's like, no, we're still in this one. Mako Mart is quite an easy map to score in, and just dunking these power clams in, and just finding these opportunities here, but Goomies is a little bit of a trouble right now. They're getting picked down, the specials are coming out, and the mid control is slowly faltering. It's just their pencil alive here with a minute left on the clock here. They need to find a response fast, Spicy.
They do, especially with the clam economy from the side of RIT starting to be developed. Yep, there's already now opened up the basket, and I wonder if they're going to be able to try and end the game here now. They're trying to just do something, but you're looking at Goomies holding on strong once again, and that's going to do really well here because now we just have these clams, especially in the side of Goomies. Then now in a 3-down situation, they're looking to potentially turn the tide, change the narrative of this game as Goomies making their way towards the basket, and they're going to open up the basket now. There's a jump coming in as well, and it's going to come down to the wire here. And that was one heck of a game. Goomies clutching that out.
Absolutely unbelievable. Goomies coming in once again at the 11th hour there, saw the opportunity, got those crucial picks, moved up swiftly up into the right stack there, and just dunked every power clam they had in their bank right into that basket right there, and just knocked out. That was absolutely insane, Spicy.
Yeah, that was so back and forth. They're gonna get a chance to see it through the replays, but it's really all a matter of like which team makes the most out of finding that numbers advantage. And we've been talking about how important the team fights are, and then being able to score immediately off of that. And that's just really what it came down to. You saw RIT breaking the basket there, trying to just keep stuff up, and then 2 members going down, but having all that pressure is just like, this was such a game, and you saw RIT almost outright won that game, and then Goomies at the 11th hour, as we've been mentioning it, with that last push, because of that extra power clan taking that lead, and that was a wild way to start off this qualifier.
A wild way to start indeed here, but just the analyst desk in me is calling spicy. I need to call out something, right? I've noticed RIT White Prawns immediately scoring in that last minute there, giving
Yes.
another power clam to the Goomies there. And guess what power clam knocked out the game? The one that was given to them on that silver platter right there. Oh my goodness, that was such good defense and utility of using that extra power clam and realizing, hey, wait a minute, we can just jump this last power clam in here and just end it straight in there. The pencil's right there. Click that super jump button, and bada bing, bada boom, you are cashed out at the bank.
Yeah, and that was just such a great way to kick off this qualifier. We're going into Manta Maria Tower Control next in game 2. Mm-hmm. And with how back and forth that first game was, the question really is, like, what are the adjustments these teams are going to be doing here? You saw how the comps really have been working very well for both of those teams, and then also seeing the gameplay there, and it's a matter of, like, defense to offense and that kind of transition. Going into tower control, I'm super curious what we got to see from both teams, especially, as we're going to be saying multiple times tonight, every single game matters here in this qualifier.
Yeah, as you said before, every single game matters here because these teams are looking to get points for the leaderboard here. You can quickly look at the leaderboard, but I look at some of the CCA channels as well. But in the meantime, right, we got to talk a little bit more about Tower Control Manta Maria here because this map mode is quite interesting because I feel like it's very hard to break through the second checkpoint. That first checkpoint, kind of a little easy, you know, it's a little far away from the enemy base here, but like trying to get through, a team that is stacked up in their own top right and in their own spawn right there, just firing and hosing down that tower with specials and subs. Like, it is going to be quite the bloodbath indeed, Spicy.
It really will be a bloodbath, and that's kind of just how Manta Maria flows and as a map in general across most of the modes. And really, yeah, breaking through that second checkpoint is going to be pivotal because you're going to see teams go to that first checkpoint, and then that's going to be like a little bit of a safe thing, but the second one really does act as like a dagger of sorts. And then we're going to be seeing what's going to be happening here as we go into this game 2. This set is far from over at this point, especially in a playoff 3. Wondering now what we got going to see from both sides.
Oh man, we are on this boat. These teams are ready to rock, and that's Slosher Deco. Wait a second. Wait. Okay. Whoa. What's standing out to you, Spicy? Because there's 3 things spicing out to me.
There's so many things sticking out to me. Like, I am at a loss for words from what I'm seeing right now. We're seeing a complete comp change, it feels like, from the side of RIT. Looking at the S-Blast, and that's what it's working so far. It's an immediate 2 down on their side now, and you're seeing Glack just applying so much pressure from that top. It's a 3 down briefly there. Is Curious really the only one alive from the side of Goomies, and this is just a great way to kick off. And we haven't even got a chance to talk about really what we've been seeing comp-wise because we're already into a lot of RIT pressure.
RIT pressure, they are in the driver's seat right now, rolling up to the second checkpoint here. I was talking about how difficult it is to clear it, and you see the tri-strikes coming out here. Goomies, known for their defense here, showing it off from Blitz, translating that to tower control here. Really good situations here, and Jelly, unfortunately, gonna get the third one down here and continue the pressure and just stay there, Spicy.
And that is insane pressure there. Despite the fact that RIT loses the tower, they're able to just capitalize on always finding these members of Goomies, and now it's once again another RIT push in the pink. Just seeing how far they're going to be able to go here. They have the cooler up on the tower. They're already at the second checkpoint. The question is, are they going to be able to break it? There's a 2 down now. Jelly's trying to stay alive at this point. Squid rolling off into mid now. Curious also trying to apply just some pressure here from Goomies, as Goomies is able to stop this push without losing any points on the board. But 90 seconds into the game, now we're looking to see if Goomies is going to be able to make a push.
Yeah, definitely. And I just got to point out this beautiful special cycling right there. Having the crab right there to immediately just push out anyone in mid right here, followed up with the cooler, followed by strikes right here. Mid is almost completely controlled by Goomies, but they are going to get shut down. 3 go down here from Goomies, and RIT White Prawns is looking to take this little court area, but no, get shut down by Rare on the heavy edit Splatling. Nobody is safe from a Splatling, whether you're on Goomies or RIT White Prawns.
Yeah, and now the cooler up once again. RIT trying to keep going here at that second checkpoint. Now it is a 3-down situation. Curious now trying to stay alive and trying to end this push, but you're watching RIT moving away from Curious as Curious gets picked off now. Lazy Much not going to be able to pop that bubble, but you see a lot of specials now on the board. And now, 3-down situation from RIT, but a phenomenal push taking with the 14, and they're still going briefly. It looks like that was a wild sequence of events that was Goomies takes control of the tower.
Oh my god. I gotta point out that decaf jump in just to get that one thing on Goomy. It's just a little salt in the wound there. We got 14 points and the person in spawn, and I get a jump out here. Lazy Much right here is playing this decaf so strategically, looking for the right opportunity to go in here. Has the bubble online, ready to rock and roll right now for defense. And currently, it's going to be a little bit of a difficult situation as a member of RIT White Prawns already is down Spicy.
Yeah, and Curious once again from Goomies, just trying to hold down the fourth, offer some extra painting from a distance with that pencil there, as you are going to see the tower still in mid. It's a really, once again, it's a bloodbath in mid, as we've been talking about this entire time. And now Goomies has a chance to really make a push here, going towards that first checkpoint now, and they have at least the Roof Slider online as well. First checkpoint now, still, it's not able to break it at this point. There's a lot of firing over there. Jelly also trying to get some stuff going, and at the top, Carry is getting picked up in the tower, 2 down from the side of RIT. Goomies now forcing a 3-down situation, losing the tower briefly, and now that's a great wipe, and Goomies with a much needed advantage is now able to break past that first check.
That was such amazing cycling right there. Rare finishing off that last member here, allowing their teammates to jump in here. But so far, such good defense of RIT White Prawns here. Immediately swinging back. It's like, we're going to keep this second checkpoint here.
That is absolutely insane. Just watching as RIT just finds the a way to, after getting wiped out, they're able to punish this, and now Lazy Much, not going to be able to get that flank there, ends up getting found, but their tower is still moving in favor of RIT, pushing it into Goomies territory. We're 40 seconds into the game, and Victory with those Tenta missiles going to mark a few members there and just force some displacement now. And now we're back onto Lazy Much, trying to see if we're going to find another great angle here for a pick. And this is an insane sequence here with the last 30 seconds to go.
Oh, using this bubble to hold this bunker here as well in the last 30 seconds is such a good move here. You are forcing Goomies to just look at that. You need to clear this bunker, get this decapitator out of there, otherwise it's going to be the pain in the neck. Lazy Munch is still alive and lurking, staying on this bunker here, distracting the pencil right here. The Dread is going in for a Reef Slider kill, but still it gets shut down, Spicy. It is the last few seconds right now, and RIT White Prawns is going to swing that paintbrush all the way home to a game victory.
And what a victory it was there from RIT. Yes, there were multiple wipes from both teams, but RIT, they won that first team fight, and then you just saw them start to just build off of that, rolling through a lot of the points there, and that eventual push to the 14 near like the halfway point of the game, that was just a dagger that was hard, and the RIT defense especially was just on point this entire game.
Oh my goodness, the defense was so good. Anytime Goomies tried to set up for any push, it just felt like 1 or 2 or 3 just drop instantly. Just every single position to take out the fenders right there is just so good right there. And one more quick thing, Spicy. So I'm a little bit obligated to say this right now, but with the CCA Circuit action heating up here, we are excited to announce that ASUS ROG is the sponsor of the CCA Circuit. Their eSprouts initiative is giving the CCA Circuit pricing support for our top teams this season, and we're happy to have them join us as a prize sponsor. Thank you, ASUS ROG, for their support of the collegiate Splatoon scene as a whole, as we are lovely to have them and very fortunate to have them here and supporting these collegiate Splatoon players.
I really love to see the sponsorships now. I remember joining CCA about like 2 years ago at this point. I mean, it's crazy to see the amount of growth that this league is having now with these sponsorships, and really, and the amount of teams especially. You saw it in like the last academic year, and now with the circuit, it's like a lot of great ways to see the collegiate scene grow.
Oh yeah, for sure. There are a total of 90 teams participating in here, Spicy. Count them. All 90 of them are fighting in their own respective divisions here, looking to get those points for the leaderboard so they can qualify for the finals here. But before that, Goomies and RAT have to settle their score, figure out who's going to win this set here. Game number 3, Rainmaker on Robo Ramen. All these for the marbles in the set win here.
And going into Rainmaker Robo Ramen, the first thing that sticks to my mind is what weapons are we going to be seeing? Because from both teams, we saw such a massive change up from Clan Blitz to Tower Control. And one thing I found incredibly interesting, neither team ran any type of shooter. We had like the S-Blast, which was, I guess, and then the heavy edit, but those are the only things with like a consistent like firing rate going on, and that was wild to see a Splatoon game with no shooters. But I don't know if that's going to be the case going into Rainmaker, especially with the popping the bubble being so important, but I'm willing to be surprised with these teams.
Oh, man. I imagine these teams saw the label, oh, third-person shooter for the Nintendo Switch, and they're like, shooters? What's that? I'll take a bucket, a splatling, a pencil, and we're just gonna go to town right here. We are locking in for game number 3, Spicy. This one will determine who will win the set at the end of the day here. So, Robo Ramen Rainmaker. Oh. Whoa. Oh, we got a disconnect here as well. So we're quickly going to be, I think ending the match here so we can get at their 4th back online. But in the meantime, Spicy, I want to talk to you a little bit about stats here. All right. Mm-hmm. So talking about stats on Rainmaker, as I alluded to earlier, RIT White Prawns has a 78.9% win rate on Rainmaker. And Goomies, this is their 3rd strongest mode here. The strongest mate in Clan Blitz, followed by Stones, and then it's going to be Rainmaker with a 53.8% here. So, in theory, right, this is going to favor RIT White Prawns, but my heart and the comps in me are saying I think Goomies has the better comp for locking down, the Rainmaker, especially on this map, Spicy.
I would agree. I think what we've been seeing from Goomies, like, it's a different story because I think we didn't have like the 4th member there from their side, but it's now really a matter of seeing like Goomies with that kind of like comp they've been running, and especially with the play style you've been seeing as well. Their defense especially has been on point, and their ability to maximize like their advantage state after winning a team fight has been critical. And in Rainmaker especially, with how fast those points can go and how fast Goomies will play, I think this goes well for them, despite the numbers advantage clearly being in RIT favor at the moment, with that real monstrous 78.9% win rate on here, that is insane. Almost 80% win rate on Rainmaker is no easy feat. This is going to be a close game. Just looking at the teams here with these stats as well, hard to tell who's going to win this.
Oh yeah, it's definitely going to be feeling more like a coin flip than the 78.9% we keep shouting out here, you know. These stats, folks, they put in a lot of time and effort here, but at the end of the day, right, what matters is the game gets played out, and whoever plays better at the end of the day and gets that Rainmaker further than the opposing team is going to be the victor here. We are slowly logging in here, and I just gotta say, Robo Ramen Rainmaker is led to some of the craziest things I have seen in Splatoon action, right? Just the amount of holds, the amount of just pressure, the ways teams find openings, as well as just ways to just break through that little choke point there, Spicy. I'm always amazed when I see it.
Oh, for sure. Rainmaker on Robo Ramen, the choke points are really stressful there. But then, it's just kind of a chess game of seeing how do you figure out a way to make that opening. Because when you make that opening, it's so important. And now we're also going to get a chance to see the comps for this final game of this set and seeing what kind of craziness we're getting. Oh, double swatcher. That's going to be fun here. And yeah, once again, no traditional shooter. We do have a dually, but that's about it now.
we got a shooter in disguise here as a dualies here, but hey, you know, just generally speaking, just a lot of strong specials are coming from both sides here. The pop coming out instantly, Victory looking for an opportunity with this ink rush here, and something that Goomies needs to keep track of here. They do have it marked here. The Neo machine does providing the point sensors here to help them with the defense here as well on the side of Goomies, but to go down here, Spicy, they are starting their push here with RIT White Prawns.
Yeah, you see Glack there now able to break through that checkpoint, and the numbers advantage is still favoring RIT, and they're going to be able to break this bubble. It looks like going to have a crab online soon too. The cooler up as well. They are set up, ready to go, and this Rainmaker is running for the hills here. 44 there as Glack gets taken down, but they still have the numbers advantage slightly, but oh, those strikes are so well placed at that point, offering a great way to just stall out this Rainmaker. Curious now, trying to just secure mid in the process as well, and this is looking good here for Goomies, who are trying to reset this game, and after an explosive first minute.
Oh my goodness, explosive first minute indeed, but the Dooley's Jelly takes one and the Rainmaker carrier along with this. This is a very awkward situation to deal with if you're Goomies, because right now you need to make sure your team is alive and you have to get that Rainmaker check really quick here. Curious is able to do it, the strikes are out here, but that is going to be most of Goomies' resources here. Unless they're able to find more picks, they are not going to be able to continue this push here, as Burger is fighting for their life right now, but unfortunately goes down to the decaf.
Yeah, and Lazy is doing so well here. That bubble is so clutch as well. Offering some defense right above the Rainmaker too. And now it's once again just seeing RIT push Goomies out there, but Trizuka is trying to put up some extra pressure. Members on each side going down. Rainmaker resets back into mid. It's a 3 down from RIT as Goomies are looking good at this point. Curious gonna break through that bubble there. That both checkpoints are gone as well, and this lead is gonna be gone as RIT not gonna be able to lead, as Goomies able to sneak right by with a 2-point lead for now with almost 3 minutes to go.
Oh my goodness, it's just 3 minutes left from the clock. I feel like I've been watching a 5-minute game, which is how close these interactions have been between these teams here. Rare swiftly getting out of the way of Ink Push, their teammates covering their escape right there. They have the crab online here. Burger's looking for an opening. The crab gets popped here. The strikes are out, but the Rainmaker pop is slowly just swapped in the favor of Goomies. Spicy.
And this is wild here. You're seeing Burger and the rest of Goomies just positioned around, and that bomb is going to take them out. Jelly now also with that crab tank online here. We're past the halfway point of this game, and this lead is so close. Only 2 points to separating these teams, but that Rainmaker isn't moving anywhere at this point because of this absolutely chaotic fight in mid. RIT holding on so far. They aren't able to grab the Rainmaker here, trying to go through this choke once again. Burger trying to find a one, gets an assist in the process. Then we're back to 44 here from RIT. Are they going to be able to sneak right by? They're getting pushed a little bit back. Glack now trying to see how much farther they're going to be able to go. The strikes, though, so clutch from the side of Goomies, as Glack is going to be pushed far back so far, and this push is still going, and no one's been able to make a move. It's been such a chess game, but look at the Trizuka and the pressure there as Goomies holds strong for now.
Oh my goodness, this is more than just a chess game. I feel like we're playing 4D chess right here, especially with 4 players online, each launching their specials in such strategic ways to not only stall the objective, but push out and get those crucial picks right here. Gumi's defense is absolutely insane. They've shown tried and true how well of a defense they can play on Clan Blitz, as well as tower control right here, but situations like this, where they're able to stall, this is all they need. They already have the lead right here. However, a lot of pressure is going to be put on them right here, but the bomb kill is going to end the Rainmaker right here. The crab is going to be doing the cover fire. The decaf popping the bubble right here. One more push right here, and the lead can quickly swap, but no, it doesn't, Spicy!
Oh, and they tried to sneak that right through, but it wasn't enough. Oh, they're going to sneak it by again, and this time it's going to take it to the 20. That sneak paid off dividends, and that was such a gamble from RIT, who with less than a minute to go finds themselves with the lead, but Goomies still has quite a lot of time on the clock right now as they're firing off into mid and seeing what's going to be their play now in the last stretch of this game.
Oh my goodness, I thought that Dooley's was going to get that pick there on the pencil right there, carrying the Rainmaker to stall right there. That was a really smart move from RT White Prawns right here, but now it's putting them in a little bit of an awkward situation. The members are out of position right here. They do have a bubble here to stall for this, but this is probably going to be the last push of the game right here, given how this Rainmaker needs to break through that 20 points remaining barrier right now, and how quickly and far that Decaf was able to run at that last second here. Some things need to happen fast, Spicy.
It does here, and these last 5 seconds are going to be clutch here. Lazy trying to go for a flank. It's not going to be found yet, but oh, the Goomies are going to be taken down in the last hour this time as RIT in an incredibly back and forth game, incredibly back and forth set is going to take it 2-1.
Oh my goodness, Spicy. I blink and you miss it, and the 20 points is on the board here. Well played from RIT White Prawns right there. Just absolutely insane just plays from both ends, but it's just RAT just had that little bit of an X factor initially. You saw initial push in the first minute, then you saw Goomies push in the next minute. It just felt like every minute was just another ball in the other team's court, if that makes any sense, Spicy.
It really does, honestly. Just that kind of like back and forth, like the turn-based almost type of like gameplay was crazy to see. And it's just a matter of like who makes the most out of those turns. And like towards the end, I couldn't tell you who was going to be winning this time. This like last sequence here for this last push from RIT, being able to sneak it by, they get stopped right at like the 45-ish. And then they break the bubble. They are able to just sneak it by. Lazy Much actually was able to one to sneak it over, not able to take it up the ramp, but just stalling for extra points. And then Lazy Much again, just offering so much pressure here. And RIT, what a game, really. What a set from both of these teams, and just getting some great points for the circuit.
Yeah, definitely. What a game indeed. RIT White Prawns going to win and walk away with this one. But Gumi still is able to score some points. As I said before, points are contributed to the leaderboard depending on how many game wins, right, you have won in the play all three sets. So before then, we need to get going to our next set here. But Spicy, where can the fine people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at SpicyBM, 2SpicyBM, and then also Blue Sky, I think is the exact same thing for me. And you can also find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/spicy_BM. Always a pleasure doing this. Neptune, where can people find you?
You can find me over here, in the CCA server. I'm looking around here, helping with production, a couple of things. Shout out to all of our wonderful producers and commentators. Joryan is the GOAT right here for being able to cover this every single time we need someone on SplatoonTourney. He is always around and very reliable. Just generally speaking, we got to give a shout out to the production team as well. But we will be back quickly with our next game. It's going to be I believe a Division 3 game, I believe, and it's going to be Death Roll. Actually, no, it's going to be a Division 1 game. Death Roll. Death Roll versus Husky Splatsville Knights Violet. So we will be with you guys shortly. We are going to get into that lobby, get all that information in, and we'll see you shortly. Thank you. Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Hello, players and viewers alike. We are back for some more CCA Qualifier number 3 action here. My name is Neptune, and I'm not alone in this endeavor.
Yep. Welcome back, guys. My name is Spicy. We got a great matchup here, Division 1 here for this qualifier. Death Roll out of the University of Florida and Husky Splatsville Knights Violet from the University of Washington. Another great game I think we're going to be seeing here tonight, just going into the second set of what's going to be a great night overall for CCA.
Yeah, for sure. A great night here. It is going to be Division 1 here in specific here. Death Roll and Husky Splatsville Knights are both really strong teams here to be able to make it up into this division here as well. As we said before here, just these teams are going to be going at it really strong here on Marlin Airport Splatsound. It's not a map mode you see too often, Spicy.
It really isn't, and that's one thing I love about CCA is that you do see some very creative options here in the map list. And like Splat Zones Marlin is not one I'm usually seeing ever, like outside of maybe like solo queue. So this is actually a really interesting way. Like teams don't often, you don't see teams like really prep for this very often. Like we knew about this for like a week now, but still, I'm so curious to see what weapons are we going to be seeing from these teams going into this, especially on a map like this.
Yeah, for sure. We have, I believe, Death Roll on the side of, or sorry, we have the colors reversed here, I think. Here, Nexus is actually on Husky Splatsville, Knights on the bright yellow here. And what was it? We're going to be just looking at these comps here. But what's standing out to you, Spicy?
Immediately seeing, I'm looking at two explos, actually one from each side here, and like it makes sense here. The verticality on this map is actually kind of understated in a way, just because of like especially going up over the zone. You do see a lot of opportunities for the explo to really get a lot of pressure over. Now is just seeing both these teams really fighting it off. The zone's already being taken. I think that is Husky now, and I was seeing them just really work their way over into this point, and now this zone's going flying by fast already through to 63, already keeping on this pressure. And what a start already. We're only a minute into this game.
Yeah, and just looking at these comps right here, they kind of mirror each other. You know, you have an NZAP and a shot as well as the custom expo as well. You also have a brush as well. You have the ink brush versus the octo brush. It is a showdown of brushes right here. I think that's going to be the key difference here, Spicy.
Yeah, I can't believe we are actually seeing, yeah, it really is a difference of just brushes in this game. Death Roll having the zone at this point here, but you're also just seeing Huskies just really do a great job trying to get back into this game. You're and those you saw on the left side there, not gonna be able to break through, but Death Row is gonna be able to take the lead now in this game, already keeping control of the zone as well. Sakura there with that whale, also trying to add on some extra pressure, and Huskies trying to do anything they can to get back into the zone. They look like they're gonna try and neutralize, maybe trying to flip here, but Andrew and the rest of Death Row holding strong, and now that's popping that, and it's so clutch right here, but that zone is still through, and what a sequence of events. Death Roll is still holding on.
Oh my goodness, Death Roll is trying to find a way to cap this zone here. The Expo just keeps getting caught in these awkward situations. They do manage to do it right here, capping this zone right here, and now it's just a situation of just finding a way to set up on this fan right here. You have these Zuka shots firing up right here, the brush trying to run up as well. However, it just seems to be very scattered here. A lot of just scrappy fights right there. That shot v shot 1v1, just you love to see it, Spicy.
Yeah, we do see just the 1v1s, and that's such a great thing to see here in D1 play. Nexus there with that Zuka, trying to find an extra pick, not going to be able to do so. Getting splattered out with Nitro. Zuka on the flip side instead, as Death Roll is holding on strong so far, working their way through their penalty, and now it's starting to see how much longer they're going to be able to hold, especially as Huskies have a couple specials online, seeing if they're going to be able to break through.
Oh yeah, for sure. It just feels like we're watching a bit of a mirror match. And once one player finds a way to contest their mirror in question, they just find another way to be able to fight back right here with Juani on this Expo, shutting it down right here, along with that Trizuka, going to get 3 down, and you just see how quickly they move up to this fan here, Spicy.
Yeah, and that was such a clutch play with that triple splashdown as Huskies. Washington just trying to do what they can here to work their way out of the penalty. They are 2 down briefly in that moment, but they finally do get out here. But once again, going 2 down as Death Roll is doing a great job responding after going multiple down in that moment. And now it's really back to Death Roll just having a grip onto this game. And there's a splashdown and a Zuka offering pressure. And now Nitro once again finding those picks as again again. Another one there, as it looks like Death Row's going to be able to try and work their way out of their penalty.
Oh my goodness, such deadly situations here. Nexus able to find people with the Zuka as well, but immediately getting traded out by Andrew on this Octobrush right here. It looks like Death Roll is going to be able to contest the zone for the rest of this moment right here, but never mind, the Splashdown comes out here, fighting for revenge, Spicy!
Oh, and that's a 3 down from Death Roll. Washington once again just finding all these pressures, but I think another Splashdown just figured something out there. Death Roll, it's back there, but they still don't have control of the zone. Washington holding it down, and we are in the last minute of this game, and despite the lead there, this lead is starting to tick down, and it looks like Washington now with a couple specials online, most notably that Splashdown. It's now a matter of seeing what's going to be happening, because the zone looks like it might be flipping soon. Oh, the Splashdown coming out once again. Oh, the Tri-Zuka coming in as Washington takes the lead.
That was absolutely insane. Just that the Zuka Splashdown combo. I saw one X-Ball pop the Zuka. What was it? Not the Splashdown. Then immediately after, another Splashdown followed by that Zuka. Nexus coming in clutch here, getting 2 down with the Miracle Zuka that we all love to see right there. Securing the game for Husky Splatsville Night Violet. Game 1 goes to them.
And what a game. Like, oh my gosh. I can't believe I'm really going to say one of the most defining parts of that game was the splashdown usage, but it really was. Like, you just saw so many clutch plays from both teams, and you see, look, splashdown on the map there, but really, a lot of this game was really just defined by special usage. You saw it from the Tri-Zukas, you saw it from the splashdowns, and really all the specials in the game. And like, there was a cooler on both sides there, but it really felt like the other specials were like the defining parts of the game.
Oh yeah, for sure. And just having similar specials as well. You've heard the term before, have a taste of your own medicine, but have a taste of your own splashdown and your own Zuka. That is a new one for the books. I'm putting that down in my textbook, Spicy.
It's a great one to put down, yeah, but it really is so crazy. You saw that splashdown there from Wani, and you see the splashdown in response from Death Roll, and that was just so, oh my gosh, that was just such a great game. It did go in favor of Washington here, but going into game 2, Clamblitz Museum, I'm hard-pressed to say, like, either of these teams that really has a defined advantage, especially going in now with the rest of the set.
Yeah, for sure. None of them have a defined advantage for sure. I feel like it's just finding that right special timing. It's as well as just like knowing when people can move up with the special, right? You have situations, right, where you have Zuka, you have Cooler, you have Splashdown, but just to sequence them and string them together where your team is able to move off the advantage those specials create, that's going to be definitely something you're going to have to look out for as well. And we are going to be toning back a little bit of the spicy map modes, for lack of a better term, to something that is more tried and true vanilla. Clamblitz Museum. Your thoughts here, Spicy?
Clamblitz Museum is by far one of the most common map mode combinations, really, since its inception there. And like, it's for good reason. There's a lot of different ways to play around it, and it's like very basic in a sense, but it's because these teams just played on it so much at this point. You know your game plans here, and I think going back to the special usage as you were talking about, really making the most out of sequencing your specials as well as transitioning that into point scoring is going to be critical here. And now it's going to be another matter of seeing which team gets the most out of each special, because we saw the Zukas, we saw the Splashdowns. I don't know how much of those are going to stick, but if we see like another mirror matchup again, it really would come down to who plays their specials better.
Yeah, for sure. A mirror match is something I would like to see right here, but I feel like we're going to shake it up a little bit for the map mode here. We see the beloved pencil here, along with the bamboo on the side of Death Row? Hello?
Yeah, okay, there's some interesting options from the side of Death Row there. We're looking at Vanilla Blast, we're looking at the Bamboo, we're looking at the Entry as well. A huge weapon change up there, no longer a mirror matchup. Meanwhile, from Huskies, very common comp, a very tried and true one as well. And you already see Wani with that grab tank there, offering that pressure, but that Trizuka from Nitro finding a pick once again as Nitro does. Sakura also finding a pick there, trying to find another whole sequence of trades. No clams really on the board at this point, but bodies are flying everywhere.
Oh my goodness. Speaking about unconventional weapons here, we have the Bamboo, we have the Enchai, we have the Vanilla Blaster, but the Brush Nouveau, bringing the Ink Mines as well as the Hammer here, is quite an interesting option here. You can have the Ink Mines set up on the blocks here as well as watch positions. That Hammer can come out of nowhere, especially for a weapon that is ratting around like the Ink Brush here, but it looks like Death Roll is setting up for a push of their own, getting 2 members down here. The bubble is set up here. The ball is in their court, Spicy.
It really is in their court now, and all members are going down, but you see Death Roll able to take 2 power clams to that basket, already past the 50 here, now at the 45. They don't have clams on the board so far, but oh, that blaster's already at 6. I don't know if the basket's going to be held up for much longer, it seems, but that's such a massive push here in those first 90 seconds, and already having a power clam is huge, as you see a lot of blue on the map as Death Roll is putting a death grip onto this game, and really taking the fight to Huskies, and the basket once again opens up.
The basket opens up once again here, and more clams are going to be funneled in here. It just seems like every time Husky Splatsville Knight is trying to find an answer, they're just getting outclassed and outmaneuvered here, especially with how quickly they are moving here. Their comp is more of akin to just being able to fight a lot more consistency. What was it? Husky Splatsville Knight needs to get these setups here. 3 down here. The specials are all online here. Let's see what they can do with that, Spicy.
Yeah, it's a matter of maximizing your specials usage, as we've been talking about before this game started. Nexus once again with that Trizuka. Oh, not gonna be able to find the picks, but the team does a lot of pressure for them here. As now it's a matter of seeing what is the Washington gonna do. What are the Huskies going to be doing here? Andrew from the side of Death Roll offering some great pressure though. Sakura getting picked out once again in the middle of their hammer usage, unfortunately. But now it's back to this neutral state, but Death Roll once again holding strong on defense, making it so hard for the Huskies to break through.
Oh my goodness, it is just almost just an immeasurable force here. Nitro finding the shark there on Nexus right there. Not going to be playing around with these sharking games. They have had enough of this. They're just looking to rock and roll. The ball is online here. Specials are in their court right now, and just they're looking to score again here, Spicy.
Yeah, and this would be such a dagger from the side of Death Roll at this point. You see this, the pressure they're putting up. The Chomps are coming in as well, offering some cover, offering some extra paint input as well here. But it does look like the Death Roll is kind of staggered a bit in terms of being able to find their way towards that basket. But having the numbers up, but that does look like that power clamp is going to be gone off the board there. Huge moment there for Washington, but they're still struggling in their base at this point, as really Death Roll is putting up such strong stage control and just trying to put up so much pressure that it's so hard for Washington to get back in.
Oh my goodness, the stage control. I love how you alluded to that, because I was just going to say just like how good of a job Death Roll is just containing both, Husky Splatsville Knights in their spawn and just burning that clock out. There's only a minute left here, and the less time that is remaining right here, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Husky Splatsville Knights right here to be able to move in and be able to swap this lead right here. There's only a minute left on the clock here, and Death Roll is already up here on the spinner once again, Spicy.
Yeah, the best defense is just a great offense is the way they're playing it. They don't even have to score at this point. They are just holding it down from their positioning, choking in the Huskies once again, as you're seeing so much blue on their side of the map. And look, the basket opens up, as I was talking about, not needing the score. And just look at this. No more clams looks like it's going to be going, but that's just so brutal at this point for Washington. And the clams, actually, never mind, are coming back in, and they're 3 away from sealing down this game. And now a matter of seeing what's going to be the rest of the plays here. Is Washington going to be able to hold now? Because like, look at this. Oh, Death Roll. Andrew there with that Entry coming in, able to seal the deal, getting that game, and the set's tied 1-1.
Okay, we went from a mirror match to we're not going to play the same game as you. We're going to play our own game right now, and we're going to do it better and going to basically trap you in your own spawn. We are going to rush you down, move faster than you, and prevent you from being able to set up what you want to be able to. But it's just so interesting, Spicy, because we saw that explosive opening right there from Husky Splatsville Knights right there, and just immediately the tables turned into Death Roll's favor.
It really did, yeah, and you saw it from this first set of scoring because they got that immediately from the 100 to the 50, and that's such a huge moment there. But now the set's tied 1-1. We're going into Game 3, tower control on Hagglefish, and I think one of the things we do have to talk about is the stats for both of these teams when it comes to tower control.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't think I have death rolls here. I think the stats machine is breaking down on me here. Unfortunate is on my side, but I do see Husky Splatsville Knights win ratio from the information I've gathered right here. They don't have too much of a good shot on TC here. They have a 15% win rate from a legacy appearance here as well. Their first appearance being in season 5 here. The tower control does not seem to be the mode they jive with most here, but I'm curious to see if Death Roll is going to be able to snowball the passive special charge from that tower right there, ride that tower, get more specials right there, lock out, shebang, checkpoint 3's cleared, game over.
I think they might be able to because on my screen it looks like Death Roll has an 83 win percent on tower control, which is this is incredibly difficult now for Washington. They're going into what's statistically their worst mode, while Death Roll is going in with this is their one they seem to be the most comfortable on. Like if it comes to a game 3, Death Roll is like, yes, we want tower control, and now this is the stats are clearly in Florida Death Roll's favor, but we've seen upsets happen before. We've seen some crazy stuff happen just within this set. I wouldn't count Washington out despite Death Roll winning that last game and being comfortable with this map mode.
Yeah, for sure. Just Tackle-Hee, right, is one of the more interesting map modes in my opinion, because the second checkpoint is absolutely brutal. You're going to need a lot of resources, a lot of specials, a lot of just numbers advantage to be able to get through that second checkpoint here as well. And just, it's going to be a very interesting situation here. It seems like Husky Splatsville Knight is looking for a way to figure this out here. They are in the VC. They are chatting it out here. What can we do to counter this comp right here? Because one thing I would immediately stand out to me with what Death Roll did so well, it was just immediately choking out and stuffing out any approaches that were coming from the side of Husky Splatsville Knight. Anytime you want to move up, oh, there's a super jump. Oh, wait, there's a bamboo. Oh, wait, there's a fizzy bomb here. Oh, wait, I moved into the end shrine. The end shrine got me, right? There's always just something in your face just preventing you from moving up here.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's going to be the similar game plan there for Death Roll going into this last game of this set. And now also wondering the comp from both sides, because we've seen some deep pockets from these teams. Now, 52 coming out here, very traditional comp as well. And we're also seeing basically the exact same comp almost from their side of Death Roll. So this is going to be interesting, the matchup between both these teams now.
Oh yeah, for sure. The 52 gal with the Ninja Squid right now is going to be able to just maneuver a little bit more into the barriers of Death Roll right here. We have Andrew already panning up for that cooler right here. Juani trying to get their grab up online really quick right here. It is a specials arm race, as I like to call it right here. Forget something started here. The crab immediately gets popped out here. Cooler gets dished out right here. One down from each side. Spicy. It's going to be a close game.
It's going to be close, but Death Roll secures a 3-down situation as Nico Chico able to be on this tower here with that bamboo. And this is looking really good for Death Roll. They knew what the game plan was, and you're seeing them take the fight right to Washington. And the Huskies, once again, as you're seeing them already positioned up so far into their base.
Oh my goodness, just going so far up to that base so quickly. It's hardly a minute here. The bubble is get popped here, but you know what Special doesn't care about the bubble? It's the whales, baby. The whales going right through that bubble right there, stopping any resemblance of it, along with this crab right here. But it just seems like the members of Death will just keep cycling in. Once one goes down, there's another one immediately moving in here and getting picks here, Spicy.
Yeah, and just finding these picks after picks is so critical at this point. And now Death Roll just keeping it up, already past the 50 there. That second checkpoint will be so massive if they're able to secure it now. And Washington trying to secure something here, really able to try to just reestablish their footing. You're seeing them push back even further now as Death Roll is looking really good, but 2 down briefly on both sides so far. Washington able to secure tower, not for long, as Death Roll now making their way to this second check, and if they're able to get this could be absolutely critical. Watching that tick down, and they are past the second checkpoint.
Oh my goodness, getting through that second checkpoint was the biggest hurdle there, but the dagger, as you said, has been put in there with that wipeout as well. Just so many members of Husky Splatsville Knight going down right here, and this snowball is continuing to build here, Spicy.
Yeah, and this snowball, maybe not, maybe it won't snowball immediately yet, because that is a huge defensive stop from the Huskies, taking it there and really getting a 3 down, pretty much almost a wipe at that point there. Next is able to find a pick with that killer whale here, and the Huskies have some life in them, trying to just make sure that tower gets back into mid, and also trying to secure the rest of the map at this point, because Nitro fighting off some extra picks, it looks like, with the Trizuka offering some extra pressure as well, as once again Death Roll has control of the tower and is trying to march forward and trying to secure the game for their team.
Oh my goodness, this Husky Splatsville Knight kind of find themselves in the stagger, just because of just how fast Death Roll is moving here. We see Chumps being dished out as well as Cooler here. Just the special coordination here. The Chumps, unfortunately, is able to find one unfortunate soul right there. And just, the tower is going up further again, along with this bubble here. They are still going here, Spicy.
They are still going, and oh, that's gonna be clutch there, at least for the Splatsville Knights there, as Washington able to hold on for now. Nitro with the Trizuka, once again, just putting on so much pressure, even if they're not able to find a pick at this point. And now Wani here just trying to secure up in mid. It's been really tight this last few seconds now, but the Splatsville Knights have yet to get any points on the board here, and the Death was just able to hold this off. This is looking good, as now the looks of the Knights are trying to get that first push, but still not being able to do something. The Death Row defense is suffocating.
Oh my goodness, suffocating indeed, because every time you get one member down, you're gonna have to get ready for another one to just run it down and right into you, and just Husky Splatsville Knight is struggling to get anywhere set up here. The pencil is finding these picks right here, but you see other members of Death Roll already taking this space right here, holding this court, getting a direct with the blaster right there, further suffocating Husky Splatsville Knight any opportunity to take back their own court, Spicy.
It's so much pressure that Death Roll is putting on. They're constantly in the base of the Splatsville Knights, and once again, multiple down from the side of the Huskies. Death Roll still trying to get this game in a knockout. They're already at third checkpoint now, trying to see if they're going to be able to break through this at this point, and there's not much really able to do. But look at this, they're at the third checkpoint, and now it does look like the Splatsville Knights are able to hold on for a bit longer here, but the tower is still so far into their own base.
Oh my goodness. It is going to be now or never for the Husky Splatsville Knights. They need these picks. They need to secure this space right here. But it just always seems like every time they try to do so, there is another member of Death Roll, Nico Chico, shutting down the Ink Brush flank immediately. It's just going to be Nexus holding the front line there with that splash wall. And the Gal is a strong fighting weapon, but can it really fight all these members for rushing them down all at once right there, Spicy?
I don't know if it's going to be able to now. And now, oh, that's a 3 down, and that's going to be it, as Death Roll is able to win this game and take the set 2-1. And that was an incredible set, really, from both teams.
Oh my goodness, incredible set indeed. Just, it felt like Death Roll just said, no, enough is enough. We're not going to play any more games right here. We are just going to hold this tower in your side. I just spawn right there. I don't think Husky Splatsville Knight was able to push the tower for a single point past mid right there, which just goes volumes to show how crazy and insane Death Roll is, both statistically and just, how do I say it, figuratively, and not even figuratively, literally, just how strong they are on tower control, Spicy.
Yeah, like, I don't even know if the stats did them justice there, because they just played that almost perfectly, and that's not easy to do, especially with how volatile tower control can be at times. But yes, they didn't knock out the game, but you saw Death Row just constantly winning in terms of neutral, constantly putting up such a great advantage there. And like at that point, Washington did a lot of great things throughout this entire set and even in this game. But at that point, it was just Death Row. They saw tower control. They kind of just knew that's what we do. That's what we win on.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I just need to gasp for air. Just I cannot just. I can't. I have no words. I'm speechless. Just the death roll just took it right out of my mouth right there. Just no chance to breathe there. Maybe is this what Husky Splatsville Knights are feeling when they were going up in there? Just no air, constantly just being just held against the wall right there.
I guess so, because like there was like nowhere to move pretty much, and that is not easy to do in a game like Splatoon, like at all, really.
Yeah.
So it's like to be locked out kind of in tower is very. It just goes to show how well Death Row is playing in that scene from Florida. But like still great effort from the Splatsville Knights. Washington is still getting points for winning that first game of the set. So great stuff for them overall, and waiting there to get a chance to look at the leaderboards here.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking at the leaderboards initially, they are not updating in real time, unfortunately. Technology has not evolved that far yet right here, but slowly but surely we can look a little bit at Division 1 right here, and we can see specifically who is at the top right there. We have UCF Knights there, followed by PSU Blue, followed by Arc Haley. And I will say, I believe Arc Haley had the drop for this time I'm around here, but hey, we still have other members like Death Roll, like Husky Splatsville Knights, in the position for the leaderboard here, specifically seeing Husky Splatsville Knight being in the 12th position with 375 points, Spicy.
Yeah, with 375, that's actually pretty solid for them there. You saw Death Roll like a couple spots behind them as well, but it's like both teams getting some good points there, some pretty needed points as well, especially when you look at the formatting of how the circuit is being run. Like with a couple qualifiers after this one too, and a few more sets tonight. Like standings might change up quite a bit.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a shakeup here. Our stats people are going to have quite the adventure as well. They are the ones providing us these win rates as well as this info sheet as well here. So we got to give a shout out to them as well as our producers and commentators as well. What was it? Working hard tonight too. What was it? Provide you this Splatoon action tonight, specifically on the collegiate side. But don't go anywhere. We have another set for you coming up shortly. Let's take a short break here, and we'll see you back shortly.
And here we are back with the third qualifier for CCA here on SplatoonTourney. Thank you again for them for being able to do this now. So I've heard we got a Splatfest break coming up now, so that should be fun now. We're going to see what we got going here as we get some nice little break from the CCA action. Really been having some amazing sets so far, but rest of the Splatoon community, we all know there's some pretty important stuff going on here as well. And this is going to be some absolute great breaking news that we got going now. It's time to see what we got here from reporting in live from Shiver Fry and Big Man. Now seeing what do we got now. You lip sync, we drink. And what would you be in a fantasy world? Splatoween. Oh yeah, I forgot it is the October Splatfest. So this is perfect here. We got wizards, we got knights, we got ninjas now. We're getting some great more Splatfest action here. Really some great stuff here. Getting a sneak peek at the results so far. And what do we got from all three of these teams actually? I gotta talk about three teams now, not just two. Early percentages going in, and what do we got here? Oh, pretty even so far. Oh, hell, holy even actually, yeah.
Wait. Is that a 0.04% difference?
Talking hundreds.
Okay, you know what? The vote was important. I did vote for Wizards, by the way, Spicy. Just a full disclosure here. Gotta show you what side I'm on, right? So maybe the small voting difference does matter here.
Maybe it does, yeah. And as someone who somehow forgot that Splatfest was happening this weekend, yeah, my vote could have honestly swayed things. So that's crazy to see there, like seeing how important those like really percentages really come in. But back to the CCA action, we got another great matchup here. We got Holy Snail from Kutztown University against XxShadowWarriors.XX from VCU, Virginia Commonwealth. So another great set. Really excited to see what we got.
Yeah, for sure. I am very excited to see these two teams here. XxShadowWarriors.XX. I can't help but just smile whenever I read that name right now because it brings me back to my childhood and the Xbox Live days where people put capital X's and lowercase x's right next to their gamer tags right there. And now I'm seeing it back here in Splatoon, so I'm happy to see it here, Spicy.
Yeah, and this is fun because we get to see that there, and like really, and both these teams, like from an actual serious standpoint, they're coming from teams from programs that have been pretty well established now. VCU is one of the premier like collegiate Splatoon programs there. Kutztown being one of the programs that's like been on the rise. I want to say from like you saw it a lot with like Golden Barracudas and but now also Holy Snail. There's a lot of great stuff from both these programs. I'm personally maybe a little biased because as someone who is local to Kutztown, I'm repping my Moravian, who was sadly not playing this in the circuit as far as I know, but it's like, hey, for me, it's like close because Kutztown's like 30 minutes away from me, and I know you got connections with VCU as well.
Yeah, for sure. I know the folks at VCU quite well. I do play with the Sea Cows outside of CCA events there, just for full disclosure out here. But I do gotta say, situations like this are just pretty interesting because you have fully developed programs, and then like they're going to come together and just clash once again right here. It's situations like this that are just very very unique and interesting, right? In the sense that just like, oh, hey, you know, I come from this college that's really well known for Splatoon, and I come from this college that's also really well known for Splatoon. So the battle should be legendary, Spicy.
It really is, especially with both of these teams here. This is the Division 4 matchup right now. We're going to Rainmaker Scorch Gorge to kick off this set so far, and that's actually, well, pretty impressive here. Really great stuff, because I know Holy Snail, Kutztown, they are Rainmaker fanatics. The 80% win rate on this mode, so they're looking forward to this game one. And with knowing some of the weapons that I know Kutztown has historically played, they're looking to pop that bubble, really make some good stuff out there. I'm not too familiar with the other teams outside of like Golden Barracudas from Kutztown, but I know there's a lot of talent from this program as a whole, and like I'm excited to see what they got going there going into this first game.
Yeah, for sure. They're trying to, get into this lobby right here. A little bit of struggles right here. I'm just double checking, make sure our producer can get in here as well. But they're trying to send invites, get people into the lobby here. But before we get into that, let's talk about some stats, Spicy. You know, I love me some nice, juicy, fresh, roasted served on a platter stats, I guess, right now. And I'm immediately looking at Shadow Warriors right here, and the mode that stands out to me is Clan Blitz. 60% win rate, flat right there. 3 out of 5 times, statistically speaking, they have won this mode here, and that's definitely telling me something right as well. That what was it? Just a situation like that, you're able to just be very well coordinated and being able to play Clan Blitz just as a team and have that as their highest win rate just speaks volumes, Spicy.
It really does, and it's kind of funny actually talking about Clan Blitz as well because I was talking about how Holy Snail is really happy to see Rainmaker. They are probably not excited to see Clan Blitz also in the map list for this set because they have a 0% win rate on Clan Blitz so far. Now they're looking to probably change that. Now maybe it's just a small sample size for them, but at this point, really a lot of different things can be happening here in the circuit format, and especially in this qualifier. Maybe this is the day for Kutztown in the playoff 3. Trying to change some things up here, get something good for the Holy Snails, but also XxShadowWarriorsxX. Great team for Clan Blitz, where that game 3 is going to be really fun to see. It's just seeing the dynamic there, and also seeing both of these teams are going to have access to their best modes in this set. So I'm excited for when we eventually get into this, whenever the room opens up, we're able to get some games going.
Yeah, for sure. And unfortunately, right here, just due to these technical difficulties, it seems like these teams are, going to have to get started here. Unfortunately, we can't be here all night forever playing Splatoon, right? There is a tournament to be played, and timing things have to be, happening here as well. Pools are being flooded here. We love technology just not working when it's trying to work in, right? As well. So they are going to be playing game number 1, it seems, out without us here. So I'm not sure what else we can do here, Spicy, but we can cut to break and see if we can get into this lobby a little bit shorter here. But in the meantime, you want to look at the leaderboards here for a little bit?
Yeah, let's actually get a good chance to talk about the leaderboards, like mini analyst desk almost for us here, I guess. So looking over now, especially in the other divisions. So I know in D4 we got this matchup here. XxShadowWarriorsxX is in the top half of D4 right now, looking pretty solid there as the 8th seed, as well as having it's about 170 points so far. I know we saw Holy Snails there in the bottom half so far of D4 with 80 points there, but really a lot of time here in the circuit format to really get those points up as well. So especially with this kind of event and this kind of formatting, you're going to be seeing a definite change up of standings, especially with all the teams we've been watching tonight.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be quite interesting to see here tonight as well. And immediately the team that is jumping out to me here, I know we do a little bit of an analyst desk here, but it's going to be Crab and Go, right? I was with the seeding team a little bit earlier, right? I was just looking at it, sipping my water, looking at what's going on. And then I immediately see Crab and Go after taking a win from Division, I believe, 3 last time as well. I could be wrong on that one. They are now in Division 1 right now. So they went from all the way from Division 4, all the way from Division 3, and all the way now to Division 1 here as well. So that is quite the jump there. Crab and Go going out there to make a name for themselves here. I gotta figure out what college they're from here, Spicy. Just give me a second.
Oh yeah, I'm actually curious about which college Crab and Go was from, but like we've been talking about this, but the growth of CCA in the past couple of years has been absolutely insane. But also just seeing not just the number of teams, but the number of colleges represented, it's really cool. You're seeing a lot of countries all over the US, some into Canada as well. So we've been seeing some great action really from across the entire esports scene, and I absolutely love to see this now from CCA, a community that's really grown so much in the past couple of years. Hoping to see them going into it. So get another live action into the other stream here from CCA Splatoon. We got Crab and Go actually going up against PSULB Gold.
Oh my goodness, I was not expecting this actually. Just like I just to be quite transparent here, Spicy. I am quite the Long Beach biased person here, and I am already seeing them just look at the score here, right? Just 21 remaining here, 10 seconds left on the clock here. They're sitting comfortably at this lead right now, and the strikes are online as well. The Booyah Bomb from Misha right there, just going through there just so quickly, so fast. Just oh my goodness, I am floored to see. Wait, it's still overtime, Spicy.
Yeah, it's still overtime, and this is last chance here for Grab and Go. Popping that Rainmaker there, trying to get something going. They have to break through that first checkpoint, actually. And now this S-Blast finding of so many picks. The blaster plays from CSULB Gold is going to be able to clutch out that first game for them.
Oh yeah, for sure. What was it? It's just a situation like that. It's just like how we were just talking about Crab and Go. We were talking about University of Houston. Yes, this is the university they are from right here. They made their debut in qualifier number 1 here. They went from 4 all the way from 3. Actually, no, wait, it's 2. It was 2. I can do math here. I swear. All right, they went from 4 to all the way to 1 right now, and they are contesting with some of the big dogs like Long Beach Gold right here. And it seems like Long Beach was able to take the first game from them as well, and that's just quite the statement. And just to say right there, just like, oh hey, now you're fighting the big dogs right now. Let's see how well you're able to handle these, right? And see how well you're able to handle these situations here, Spicy.
It really is, and we've been talking about like how big it is to move up in divisions, but really, especially now, to be up in that div for Grab and Go was so big for them. University of Houston, they're in the same like names as like UCF, Penn State, CSULB. We've been talking about them as well. It's just like really great, some great stuff there. CSULB giving a little bit of that welcome there, though, getting that first game, going into that second game now as well. So matter of seeing how is this going to change up the rest of the set, especially only being in this first stage of the night so far.
Yeah, for sure. It's quite an interesting set, like, that's going to be happening, not only between Shadow Warriors and Holy Snail, but Long Beach Gold versus Crab and Go. It's quite interesting to see, and just like how a team is able to develop, right? You know, you start off small, you get another big win, right? You go a little bit higher, you get another big win. It's just like, okay, we think we are where we belong now, right? We are a big dog here. We're gonna fight the other big dogs right here. We are a goldfish that is pretty big fish inside of our fish bowl, moving into a bigger aquarium with a more bigger fish. I don't know what else I could say, Spicy, besides just big animal analogy.
The animal analogies do work, I will say that. It's like the idea of like going from like, oh, big fish, small pond, and then just keep finding yourselves in bigger waters, deeper waters. I'm like, no, it gets harder and harder to put. There's like scarier teams the higher to go up, but you belong there, and I think Crab and Go has definitely been one of those teams that, like, yes, it's been one of those meteoric rises so far with the circuit format, but a lot of stuff potentially left for them to do, especially because, hey, getting even a game off so far on CSULB would be pretty massive for them, especially in the circuit format. We've been keep repeating it, but it's like every game really does matter. So like, and you want to just keep getting those extra points, and really in this kind of thing here, in this kind of event circuit, I love the change up that CCA has done this semester with the circuits being able to like kind of just change up how we normally do like the collegiate league and all that. So it's been cool and really does put a lot of value on each and every individual game.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's like probably one of my favorite parts of the circuit. Oh hey, we got the 2-0, but we still need those last bit of points for the leaderboard here, right? And you just don't want it to be swept away from you. You know, you gotta get every point you can to be able to climb that leaderboard, get number 1 right there, secure your spot for the final, circuit event there that is currently in the works as well here. But before we can get into that, Spicy, we're going to take a short break real quick and look to see if we can get our streamer into the lobby. There are some technical difficulties apparently, and these teams are currently just talking it out right now and seeing if we can get them in there. If we can, we'll return with you for some more Splatoon action. If not, we'll see you around for the next round. See ya. Hello, everyone. We are back from our short break as well. We got our streamer into the lobby, and we are ready to rock and roll here. VCU Shadow Warriors, XX Shadow Warriors specifically, took their first game against the Holy Snail as well, and they're going to be moving on to game number 2, which is going to be Splat Zone Ship-Shaped Cargo. Spicy, what are your thoughts on this map mode?
Splatoon ship shape can be incredibly volatile. We talked about this I think earlier this week about like brine water zones kind of having that similar thing with that zone, but like ship shape splat zones, to how small that zone can be and the different ways you can approach it as well, and especially the lockout potential that really does come through on ship shape zones. I think there's a lot of different ways that this matchup can go, especially because like with these teams, like really anything can really matter here, and like the team fights especially. I think I'm gonna be watching for that, and just seeing how these comps interact with each other going into this game too. We know that VCU XxShadowWarriorsxX already up in that first after that first game, and especially taking down Holy Snail on Kutztown's best mode. This could be huge for them here for VCU, the Shadow Warriors, and seeing what we gotta go into for here on Splat Zones.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking a little bit at these comps right here. Thank you to the stats folks as well. And I'm seeing two things that stand out to me, right? The first one is Wiper. Wiper is a constant here. These players do have a Wiper player that is going to be a nuisance, right? As I like to call a menace to society, if you will. Right, consistently hitting those flanks, looking for opportunities to cause chaos with that hammer as well. And I'm also noticing another consistent weapon, and that is a heavy edit or a Nautilus as well. So we're going to see some Splatling and Wiper action on the side of Shadow Warriors. In the meantime, I see the Holy Snail rocking a Hydra or an edit consistently. So we are going to have a Splatling battle here, Spicy. I can 99% guarantee it. The stats people are going to be at my grave otherwise. Okay, never mind. I guess. Okay.
Change up. Okay, I was not ready to see any of this, and this is somehow not the first time I've seen arrow spray in this week. So we are looking now. Holy Snail! What an insane comp change from them. Like, this is so different from anything we were expecting. C-Jet, we're looking at arrow spray splash, and then like the Royal Roller as well. It's just imagine all this here. But looking at VCU with this comp so far has been absolutely insane, and as the zone is starting to flip back and forth already. They're 30 seconds into this game. There's a reef slider already up, and now VCU, the Shadow Warriors, still working their way, trying to get their way out of this penalty, and this is looking like to be an insane start to this game, Neptune.
Insane start to this game. The comps are not what I expected at all. Sometimes the stat sheet, they're not lying to you. It's just there's a situation in time in which we're going to try something new here, and that's exactly what I expect Holy Snail is going through here. They have paint on top of paint, and then that arrow spray here to give you all the paint in the world here. Just keep that zone painted in that right color here. They have a crab online here, ready to shut down any attempt of them moving into the zone, but Spicy, they managed to slide through with this reef slider.
Oh, and they barely slide through. The Booyah Bomb also helping out some extra paint there as well. And the zone is so close here. Holy Snail trying to cap the zone, but instead the Shadow Warriors are able to do so and are able to put a penalty onto the Holy Snail with 1 point there. But now Kutztown trying to hold strong, not going to be able to take out this zone yet either, as the VCU now with the Hammer Anarchy moving in here, trying to find an extra pick, but gets shut down by After Party there. And now with the rain and the Booyah Bomb is looking good here for Holy Snail, as still the VCU still holding onto the zone and still holding on for now. But multiple numbers going down, and Kutztown finally secures zone, but who knows for how long.
Oh my goodness, just the zone just keeps getting flipped back and forth here. It just feels like Shadow Warriors has a way through this giant wall of paint, as I like to describe it from the Holy Snail side right here. They are able to find these openings, slide right through, slip through these defenses right here, cause some chaos, get these picks right now, and now Shadow Warrior is going to break through that penalty and start scoring right here. The hammer comes out, going to cause some chaos and take down 2 Spicy.
Yeah, and that was a brief 3-down situation for Kutztown and the Holy Snail, and this is looking really good for the Shadow Warriors, and you can really see where the lockup potential really starts to make its way here. The Flames are trying to offer some extra support there, but you're looking at the Shadow Warriors just holding on strong. They have the bubble online, but the Booyah Bomb coming in clutch, and it's a 3 down for BCU as Kutztown, down to the last 12 points, are able to take control of the zone, and now are able to work their way out of their penalty and try and see if they can steal some points of their own.
Oh my goodness, they are going to steal points here as well as take another person down from Shadow Warriors here, taking that zone down with the Reef Slider right here, but it's going to be the Holy Snail trying to hold zone here, but unfortunately they are too scattered and unable to find the footing here to be able to capture it and break through the penalty points here. You have all the paint in the world, but just not the picks and the space you need to make it and hold it spicy.
Yeah, and now it's starting to feel a bit back and forth. Holy Snail once again has control of the zone, having that rain as well, and there's some other specials in play too to make this even easier for them, and now some members are starting to go down here. Holy Snail out of their penalty at this point. Now past the 50 here as well, and it's a big pick from Pancake, and now trying to see them, trying to just choke out the Shadow Warriors at this point, and Holy Snail is at the point now here, less than 35 now, briefly losing control of the zone, and it's a great 2-down situation here as Shadow Warriors able to control now and have that hammer, and that's going to miss actually, but and that was insane there. Let's hope that is a disconnect.
Okay. Well, on the bright side here, normally when there's a disconnect, it's only for one team. It's generally an uphill battle here, but one player moved from each side. You know, they just the Nintendo what was it? Up higher beings decided we don't want to see these weapons here today. They removed the Jet Squelcher from the Holy Snail side, and I think they got what was it? The Junior from the Shadow Warriors side. Yes. So that's insane spicy.
Yeah, and now we're seeing a 3v3, and we've been accustomed to this for a few weeks now, actually, but now looking at this, and this is incredible here from the Shadow Warriors, now having this 2-down situation there. No, Kira's just barely staying alive, having that crab tank, and that's going to be pivotal at this point. Last 20 seconds at this point. Oh, Kira is the only one alive, and now trying to just stay alive at this point because it's coming down to the absolute wire here. Shadow Warriors are trying to hold on strong. It looks like they're going to either be able to knock out this game or win this game just outright with a knockout, because here we are, and it's just being able to hold on to this point. I don't know if Holy Snail has any less gas here. Maybe that Booyah Bomb is trying to come in clutch, and I stand corrected as they flip the zone.
Oh my goodness here. You know, this is the power of paint right here. No matter how blue that zone is going to be, you have the shooters here. You have Kira with the movement right here, mixing up the approaches that they're able to do with the Splash-O-Matic right here. Norris does get the pick here, and the Wipeout here just, oh my goodness, a lovely, chaotic overtime, a 3v3, lightning strikes, deleting 2 players, and immediately Shadow Warriors is still able to bounce back and take game number 2 from the Holy Snails.
And that was an incredible game. It came out to a point where we saw that the Shadow Warriors got out to a pretty large lead, but Holy Snail just kind of clawed their way back into that, and at the absolute last second was able to survive and force overtime when it looked absolutely bleak. And that was incredible poise from a team at this level, and that's what you want to be seeing here. Great work from the Shadow Warriors for winning this game outright though, but then also a lot of big credit to Holy Snail for being able to keep this game as close as it was, even if it did end up in a 3v3.
Oh yeah, for sure. You alluded to this earlier, but like we've seen some 3v3 action right here, and typically with 3v3s, it just feels a lot harder when a player goes down because you're down two. You're down. It's a wall of 2 players to be able to go down and face off against another horde of 3 players just running at you, right? And essentially, trades mean a lot more for the enemy team that has the number advantage, right? But look at that, just immediately going to the zone as you alluded to earlier, Kira with the jumps, the snipes, the movement. I am just absolutely impressed right here, but I'm also impressed by that Reef Slider onto zone here from the doors and moving up there, getting those picks necessary and securing the zone, not panicking, and still taking out and closing the game as needed.
Yeah, and now we're going into Clan Blitz Umami Ruins. This is definitely leaning in the favor of VCU, the XxShadowWarriorsxX, because of their win percentages in terms of the stats, at least so far. But we've been wrong on a lot of these things so far, and Holy Snail has been able to surprise us with like a lot of just with their weapons at this point. So I'm hesitant to call anything at this point so far, especially because there's a lot of different things here. If Holy Snail brings out another comp that just like absolutely stuns me, or if the Shadow Warriors decide to do that here, I am going to maybe lose my mind. And I kind of just love that about like Splatoon, especially at like the lower divisions. Like, yes, there's a lot of creativity that really does come into this play. And I think like at this point, if you're just better on the weapon than the other team, like you can really make a lot of different like comps work. And I'm kind of living for the creativity at this point.
Oh yeah, the creativity is one of my favorite parts about these lower divisions here, because normally when you get into the higher divisions, higher level, mid-level, high level, top level, you start to see a little bit more uniformity with like the weapons, right? You see situations, right, that occur where like you always see the pencil, am I right? You always see like what was it, a slosher, for example, but not here, right? These teams can play whatever they want, whenever they want, whenever they feel like it. They just need to say, hey, I'm just happy to be playing this game right here, and I'm going to show you why I play this weapon, because I love it. It does this thing, and it's able to retake this zone or objective and just make absolutely a bunch of cool and memorable moments like we saw there in that game number 2.
Yeah, and there really are just a lot of cool moments here and throughout this entire set. And like we only got to see that last game, but I would imagine that first game also has some incredible stuff going on from the side of both teams. So I'm holding out for something amazing to be happening here, because these teams have been wowing me, and like that's my favorite thing about like Collegiate Splatoon. Really, across all levels, you're going to see all teams really just show out with like some great plays.
Oh yeah, for sure. Great plays indeed coming out from both sides here. We're loading up into game number 3 right here as well as we currently are speaking. And I just gotta mention something right here. Just like I said I was gonna see Splatlings, right? I'm like, oh boy, it's gonna be a Splatling battle. I can't wait to see this. Then I see Arrow Spray, Jet Squelcher, flings a roller, and I'm just like, mind blown. Spicy. I could not comprehend that.
No, that's so real. It took me a second to remember what the Flings Roller was called, because I was just so prepared for a Splatling, and then it's like, wait, there's a Flings Roller here. I'm like, it took me a bit, because I'm like, okay, I know it's there, I know what this weapon is, but it's like, wow, that was such a
Wow.
change up. But it's now, I'm waiting for another big like curveball here from either team in terms of like what weapons are we going to be seeing, because I'm imagining there's something I'm not ready for, or that neither team is ready for here, and that's exciting.
Oh yeah, that is exciting for sure here. They are waiting down this clock here, talking about these comps right here. They are cooking in this kitchen. I don't know if the result is going to be something that is going to be wonderful to look at, or going to be something terrifying to look at. Either result, Shadow Warriors is going to have to stare down that comp right here. The time is ticked down. We get to see these comps here on Clamblitz Umami, which is personally one of my favorite map modes, but another disconnect occurred. That is very unfortunate here as well. So I don't think they're gonna play the 2v4. I don't think that is in the what was it? That is the protocol for now, right? Wait, what is going on? Are they gonna fight this? Okay, never mind. Never mind. I was okay. There's one way to blow my mind, and then there is the 2v4 uphill battle, Spicy. There is a league of a difference between the two.
I was gonna say, my mind was blown the moment I saw a Sploosh-O-Matic hit the field, and then I also saw 2v4, and I'm like, okay, there's no way they're actually gonna play this. And then, there's people rushing in towards mid, like, oh my gosh, imagine that they play this entire game there just like that. That'd be insane. I don't think that's gonna be the case. I think it's just another moment of just waiting on for some connections and all that, making sure we're all back in tier, and then getting a chance to see what comps we're gonna be rocking, because from the side of Holy Snail, it did look like we did have another massive change up, and that's only 2 weapons that changed, because I saw the Tent Umbrella, I saw the Sploosh-O-Matic. absolutely at a loss for words at what weapons are going to fill the rest of this comp, because like I don't know, maybe we're gonna be seeing like Hydra Splatling at this point, which would be such a drastic change when you have like the Hydra Splatling with such incredible range, and then the Sploosh-O-Matic with next to nothing. So it's gonna be like that dynamic is such creativity if that happens. But I'm starting to wonder what is a theory crafting happening now as Holy Snail gets back into the game.
Yeah. Okay. So I did get an update, Spicy, and as much as I'd like to see some Sploosh versus Hydra action, long range versus short range action, unfortunately we are at time here, and they need to move on to the next round here as well. So, what was it? It's going to be reported as a 3-0 on Battle 5, but there is going to be no points awarded for that third game there since it was not played out at the end of the day. Right there, it is a really unfortunate circumstance, and we had a lot of technical difficulties, not only getting our producer in there, but like the players disconnecting right there. Let's just move on. Take a deep breath here. We'll take a quick break here, and we'll get to you with another game here, Spicy.
No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right?
Hello.
We are back here with some CCA Circuit 3 qualifier action. Hi, it's Spicy. I'm joined on the mic by Neptune. We've had some great sets here today. Our last set for this block is going to be the Llamas at Newmont College of Computer Science against Fish from Penn State University. So this is going to be another great matchup we got.
I refuse to say that full name, by the way. Okay, that is way too many fishes right there. And I know this team, right, historically speaking, has added a fish every time they played at a certain event there. It was just PSU fish, then fish, and then they added the fourth fish. We're now playing in the circuit right here. So for the rest of this game here, I'm just going to call it PSU fish, okay? Does that sound good, Spicy?
Sounds good, yeah. I think if we try and say fish, that by the time we finish saying a lot of things will probably just already happen. And we know that's the case with Splatoon, especially when trying to commentate it, but that's just how it is sometimes. It'll be PSU fish, I'm pretty sure, from both of us. And then the Llamas also just doing what they gotta do here. We're gonna be going at Tower Control Barnacle Dime as our first game, it looks like.
Ooh, okay. Tower Control Barnacle and Dime. When was the last time I see that? Okay, I'm gonna be frankly honest here, because like normally I'm so busy like helping with coordination and stuff like that, I don't get too much time to watch the stream games, right? And then I remembered, wait, this is in the map pool, so we are in for quite the Tower Control wild ride, if I do say so myself, Spicy.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And Barnacle isn't exactly the map that sees the most tower control gameplay. You see a lot of splat zones on here. You'll occasionally see like a clan blitz every now and then, but tower is such an interesting option and a bit of a wild card map mode combination, for lack of a better term here. So I'm curious to see how these teams are going to approach it, especially both these teams have kind of had some great runs here in CCA, and now both being in Division 3, really fighting for these extra points. It's going to be a great fight here as we get a chance to see these opening comps and kick off this next set of the third qualifier for CCA.
Okay, yeah, we are going to be continuing it out. The comps are locked and loaded. I see a squeezer and a charger on the side of NCCS Llamas, as well as a tri-stringer and a undercover umbrella.
The PSU fish rocking that undercover umbrella, and that's somehow the most surprising thing here. I thought the ZF was already surprising enough. I saw the tri-stringer and the octo combination, but yeah, that undercover umbrella from Arctan is going to be one of the things we really take a look at here. But now a moment now from the Llamas trying to take control back of the tower, because PSU fish really starting to get things going there, having the strikes online and being popped as well. And as they're trying to see what we got going, it's a bit of a stalemate so far in the first 30 seconds, as now we get to see the Llamas maybe trying to make a push here, as you see Ray's trying to get something with this Trizuka, not able to find any just yet, and getting picked out in the process, and it's been an explosive 45 seconds.
45 seconds being explosive back and forth. The tower has hardly moved an inch from the starting position here as well. Albie smartly going to be able to move in and out with that ink brush. That's one of the perks and beauties of the ink brush right there. Being able to quickly go in and out of cover here, forget these flank routes right there. But they're going to be marked and hunted down by the rest of the members of PSU Fish right there. And two members go down here. That tri-strike stealing the life and poor soul of that other shot player as well. And wait a second,
Ooh.
three go down with the reef spider?
Well, maybe, yeah. And then right as we thought the Llamas are going to make a push, that's an immediate 3 down, and PSU Fish just doing so many good things now. And you see Clue getting a pick on with that Octo Brush onto Raids, but not going to be able to follow up much. And Arctan staying alive, never mind, getting picked out there. And now it's looking good so far for PSU Fish, who has the strikes online and being popped out and trying to move their way past this next checkpoint. And they are having a numbers advantage very slightly here as Clue going in, going to be able to find a huge pick there, as the tower is still gone, and now it's already past that second check.
Oh my goodness, this is quite the snowball that is starting right here. You know, PSU Fish is finding these picks here. They're keeping this tower consistently riding. The specials are coming online here, finding 3 down on NCCS Llamas. This is quite a brutal situation right here. The NCCS Llamas needs to find a way to break through this. This offense here, that PSU Fish right here. Ray's on this squeezer, getting a lot of picks right here. The strikes do get popped here. Unfortunately, it just seems like they're finding a difficult time to be able to get back in the mid here, but they do get it, Spicy.
Yeah, they are able to get back into mid right now, but you see that PSU Fish still controlling this tower, and that's so pivotal for them to do so at this point. The Llamas are trying to do anything they can just to get back into mid and just securing this control and really just trying to get a push on their own, but PSU Fish just controlling the tower multiple times, and they're doing such a good job of just fighting off the rest of the Llamas and making it really difficult for them to get back in as PSU Fish once again moving this tower up, trying to get this going, going over to that last checkpoint.
Yeah, for sure. Already at this last checkpoint here, it's just one clean ride all the way to the end here, as there's just so many members. PFPSU 3 go down to the reef slider. Oh my goodness, Spicy. I think the reef slider is what was it? The points we made along the way. I'm sure that's what PSU Fish is thinking right now if I were in their shoes.
I think that's exactly what they're thinking there. And then, yeah, the wipe at the end to seal the deal. PSU Fish just felt like in control with a lot of that. And that's fun because, like, Tower has historically been PSU Fish's worst mode in terms of this season, at least, or in this circuit. And that's big on, because especially the Llamas were dominant on Tower for a long time here. But you saw it really from the beginning that PSU Fish, after like that opening like stalemate, was able to just like get some numbers there, and despite the fact that they went 2 down in this situation, was able to prevent the Llamas from really making anything big. And just look at that opening that they just blew open for them with those multiple down, and PSU Fish just were able to kind of just move on and get that snowball.
I don't know. I feel like everything I've seen and know about Splatoon has just been broken, and just I cannot believe what I'm seeing right here. An Octobrush and a Undercover working together to get that triple right there at the very end, right there, cleaning up those last members of NCCS Llamas. As you alluded to before, that was their best mode, and according to my statistics here, Llamas specifically had 100% win rate on Tower. So that is one of their best modes here. So this is speaking volumes for PSU Fish. Yes, I said it out loud just for that one time. Won't say it again anymore. What was it? To be able to take that game 1 and now get ready for game 2 as well.
Yeah, game 2 going into Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. So got some different ways to play this one as well. And I'm really wondering from the side of PSU Fish, what are the comps we are going to be seeing here? Because we saw some creative stuff really from both teams, but now the Rainmaker Humpback really does allow some pretty niche weapons to be selected. So I'm wondering what's going to be coming out going into the second game.
Okay, you know what? You got me curious as well here, because I'm noticing something of a trend here. Looking at my little stats tool real quick here, there always seems to be at least one brush on the side of PSU Fish as well. And I'm looking at some of the more unconventional weapons. You know, I saw the Tri-Share, I saw the Undercover, but another one that's in here apparently is the Big Swig Express Roller. So, yeah, so if they bring that out here, you know, it is, what was it? Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, right? And Big Swig is known for its object damage. If they decide to bust it out here, I think that could be quite an interesting tech option, for if you say if I have any other way to describe it, Spicy.
It's a great way to put it, honestly, and I think that might actually be one of the things we will be seeing here today. And now we're waiting just on one more player to ready up from the side of Penn State. That being Clue, never mind, looks like we are ready to go. And now the question is, what weapons are we going to be seeing going into this second game? Let's get a quick chance to take a look at the comps we got here for this game 2.
Oh yeah, I am ready and excited to see these comps real quick here. Rapid Blaster Pro, very interesting on Rainmaker, especially when blasters aren't too great at popping the shield. And there it is, the holy snail of all rollers, the Big Swig Roller there, Spicy.
Yeah, honestly, after we saw the foil from Kutztown in the last set, we're also seeing the Big Swig come out from the side of Penn State here. Pennsylvania and their rollers, I guess, in this season has just been a thing so far. But now, seeing this look as PSU already has it, they're trying to make it over to that first checkpoint, and that's a quick check immediately, not even 30 seconds in. They are going to go 3 down in this process, but getting that checkpoint is so pivotal at this point, especially doing it so early.
Oh yeah, for sure. And something I'm noticing right here, what was it? Just NCCS Llamas does not have a lot of popping power in comparison, right? We're seeing just a lot of different options here coming out from what was it? Just fish, and just being able to. Wait, that was such a beautiful angle shooter! Absolutely pinpoint accuracy, shutting down that octopus on the side of PSU Fish. I gotta give a shout out to that one, Spicy.
Oh yeah, and that's not easy at all, but that line marker angle shooter just doing so much work there. Oh, and the crew responding, and that's a huge response from PSU, getting that wipeout, and that's so critical for them at this point here. Gotta have the Rainmaker once again, try to get any more points here, or gonna sneak around this little corner, and I'll try and push it as much further up as they're able to, and now they're taking it to the 52. They are gonna go 3 down and lose the push in the process, though. Arctan being the only one up alive as the Llamas looking to respond once again.
Oh my goodness! Just like it was similar to like the first push there, immediately going right into that choke point here, moving the Rainmaker, trying to set up another pop there to move it forward right there. But Llamas were ready for that situation once again here, picking off that Octobrush here. You know, 1 for 1 here, looking for a situation for the Rainmaker to move up right here. Simple Clown trying to find their way in here. It's just being very difficult, being stuffed out by strikes as well as that big squid coming up and just putting a lot of pressure on them to make a move here, Spicy.
Yeah, it's putting a lot of pressure on them to make a move indeed. And now you're watching us see who's going to be able to pick up that Rainmaker. And Clue once again using that Sharking beautifully, and they'll get able to get a double on this and having the Zipcaster online as well to potentially ruin the days of the Llamas here. The Rainmaker is going to reset now for approaching the halfway point of this game here. The Llamas are still trying to break through that first checkpoint. Fish is now trying to steal what they can do here, just trying to get that Rainmaker once again and really extend this lead as much as they can because they have a 3-down situation, and now it's all really up to Rays here with that squeezer, trying to see what they can do to stop it, but the strikes are coming out now as PSU Fish looking to make another push here, Neptune.
Oh yeah, for sure. Another push gets started, but shut down by the Zuka from the heavens right here. Coming out from, I believe, Rays as well right here. Akumu has another Zuka locked and loaded, ready to do it. If they can keep getting the value of the Zukas right here, and CCS Llamas is going to be able to move this Rainmaker here, but Clue has another thing to say, but getting shut down by the Rainmaker, Spicy.
Yeah, and now the strikes are going to try and shut down the Llamas now, but look at this PSU in a brief 2-3 down situation here, and this looks like this should be able to be the check for the Llamas, and that's pivotal for them here with about 90 seconds to go. But you're seeing as PSU Fish immediately goes right at the Rainmaker, pops that bubble in absolutely no time, and now once again PSU Fish are starting to paint the map blue, trying to hold control of this Rainmaker, and they're looking to maybe get some more points, especially now with both checkpoints being broken on both sides. Here comes the push, but it's gonna get shut down at the 41, and there's only one member up from PSU Blue as the Llamas once again have control.
Oh my goodness. It just feels like a situation where PSU is just trying to find a way to break through, but the defense from Llama's side is just so solid. They're not going to be able to get too many points here. 40 is not typically what I call a safe and secure push, especially on Rainmaker Humpback when it's so volatile. At least the Rainmaker is out of their court right here, but so many members of Fish are finding the ease picks on Llamas, and they're going to move the Rainmaker to the choke once again, Spicy.
Oh, and the strikes are going to offer a little bit of a smoke screen as well as they go to down 3 down, but PSU Fish once again able to keep control and maybe able to extend the lead even further going into these last 30 seconds. The Llamas are approaching the point where they will only maybe have one push left before an overtime situation. They have to make the most of it here. These last 20 seconds are incredibly pivotal. You see 2 members of PSU Fish go down here. Simple Clown just trying to stay alive at this point as well. Arctan trying to get another pick, but now in the last 10 seconds, and Clue once again is able to stop it, it looks like here. The Llamas are going to be able to pop, but that's a splat bomb right by the Rainmaker too, and this is coming down to the wire. Albies that I'm saying alive getting taken down, and that's going to be the game for PSU Fish.
Oh my goodness. What was it? Just an experience that was just a
Yes.
roller coaster. That was the last 30 seconds of that game right here. Llamas were forced to be able to make a final push work, one Hail Mary play right there, and it looks like they were getting everything together. They got the picks, they got the Rainmaker pop, they found a way to get into the choke point right there. However, it's always just some member of PSU Fish finding their way back in every single time, whether it's Clue on the Octo Brush, the strikes from the Octo shot, the Stringer moving up and popping that Rainmaker, or the Big Swig at the very end there, just capping it out there and just finishing the game right then and there. And that was I'm still impressed by that, that ankle shot there, Spicy.
That was so insane, honestly. Like, it is not easy to get those right, and to do it there, especially getting it caught on stream, that's a highlight for sure. And that's such great things. We're going to Splat Zone's Robo Ramen to end this game, end this set, and end our block. So I'm wondering here, we've been seeing some pretty drastic weapon changes from both teams. What do we got coming here going in for Splat Zones?
Okay, going in for Splat Zones here. Okay, I gotta think about this. Okay, I gotta think like a PSU Fish member right here and look at my weapon pool and see what I should bring here into Splat Zones, because there's a lot of unconventional weapons, right? We saw the Big Swig, right? We saw the Undercover. Both are pretty good at painting the zone, whether you're using the Reef Slider or the main weapon here as well. I do see an NZAP 89 there with potentially with the chumps, as well as an Arrow Spray and a double Octo Brush comp they've ran before. I can't. I don't know, Spicy. What are we in for?
I am at a loss for words just hearing what you've been seeing, but now I'm ready to be surprised here and just seeing what do we got here for this last game of this block. Some good stuff here from the Llamas, and now here, interesting comps ideas here. You got their Octo Brush as well with the Big Swig. Some stuff we've seen together before, so I'm interested to see how this plays out.
Oh yeah, for sure. Very interesting to see here. Big Swig Express definitely is going to offer quite a lot of paint value, but two immediately go down from NCS Llamas, and they're forced to back up. This Pencil's being hunted down by Clue. This Octo Brush here just going absolutely insane, hunting down the members of Llamas one by one, trading out there. The damage is done, Spicy.
Yeah, as PSU Fish immediately taking control of that zone, and it's starting to run away with it, already getting past the 60 as we speak, and now the rest of PSU is going to be there, but it does look like the Llamas have something to say about a Clue trying to find another pick, but it's going to be able to do so. In the process, though, the Llamas are able to control the zone. Maybe not for long, as the zone goes back into neutral at this point, and once again, it is blue, as PSU Fish, at the end of the first minute, are going to be in quite a bit of control here, having those strikes as well, and this is looking to be really good so far for PSU Fish, Neptune.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's looking really good here. You know, even though the zone got painted over here, you just kind of have to work through your penalty points here, and you have an opportunity to find a way to lock out the Llamas right here. You know, Clue finding these openings here. They did get splatted early, but Bubble Wrap here trying their best here to hold on this zone, hunker down these members of NCCS Llamas here, but it looks like the zone is going to be contested here. Unfortunately, the Squeezer is going to be outpainted here. That's one of the biggest weaknesses right here. While it's really good at fighting, painting is not one of its strong suits, Spicy, especially when two members of Llamas go down here.
And look at this, the strikes are already putting up so much pressure from PSU Fish now, and it's looking really good for Penn State at this point. As you see, now Albany trying to save something here from the Llamas, but that's already down to single digits here, and PSU Fish looks like they should be able to take control and are able to secure this game, win the set 3-0, and have a great end to their to the first block of the day.
Oh my goodness. This is just the first half, Spicy. My mind is mush. I cannot comprehend these comps. I cannot comprehend what these players are capable of or how they're able to do it, but they always manage to surprise me in the most pleasant and most engaging ways possible.
Yeah, that's such a great way to put it. It's just a lot of surprises. And from this first minute, really the first 15 seconds, you saw PSU Fish immediately surprise the Llamas, and just seeing them just move up there, put up so much pressure, and really just take the fight to them. And that's kind of the name of Splat Zones, control the zone and then just make it so the other team can't get back in. And Clue, once again, has been going absolutely off this entire set, really just getting so many insane picks there with that Octo Brush.
Oh yeah, for sure. If there has to be an MVP, right? I have to give it to Clue. Just finding these opportunities, getting these amazing picks, and putting a lot of pressure on the Llama members to be able to do anything about that zone right there. And just unfortunately, the setup is just not happening there. You know, you have a pencil, you have a shot that are capable of painting the zone as well as outranging and fighting as well. It's just these opportunities are just not being there, especially when you have a member like Clue hunting them down one by one.
Yeah, and that was just some great stuff we saw from PSU. Um, Fish, 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 fish. I forgot how many fishes I said, but like also great stuff from the Llamas here. They didn't win a game in this set, but there was some good stuff we've been seeing from that team there. A lot of stuff you can take away from that and be happy, look back on fondly. So really, from both these teams, so we're going in there after wrapping up that first half of this qualifier here. Some great stuff going into the bracket stage. I'm super excited to see what we got going the rest of the night.
Oh yeah, for sure. Before we head out here, just one more preview at the leaderboards here. We were looking specifically at Division 3 here, so specifically the ones that are in the lead, as well as just looking at the teams' placements real quick right now. I don't see what was it? I see NCCS Llamas at number 16 there with 200 points already on the board, and PSU Fish all with what was at the position 21 here. So that's a pretty big win there, getting 3-game wins there, helping them add their score. Hopefully either climb up this ladder here and hopefully make it into Division 3 final, Spicy.
Yeah, and that's some great ways to look at it going back into the rest of the circuit things. But I do think we are going to be taking a quick break then, because to get back into the bracket stage, Neptune, always a pleasure casting with you. Where can the great people of this community find you?
Well, you can find me at Neptune with an underscore at the end, 2 instead of a TU. You can find me helping out here with other CCA production stuff, as well as commentating or playing with the C Cows as well. So if you guys do want to follow me, you can just follow me either on Twitch and Twitter there at the proper at there. I'm slowly losing my voice and my mind as we speak right here, Spicy. But where can the fine people find you?
I am also losing my voice at this point here, but you can find me on Twitter and other socials at 2SpicyBM. You can also find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/spicy_BM. Always a pleasure getting to be on the mic here with CCA, but stay tuned. We got the bracket stage coming up, and the first half was told us anything. This second half of the night is going to be absolutely electric.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be electric. It's gonna be amazing, and dare I say, spicy and interesting. I'm sorry, I could not help. I could not help myself. Okay, we're gonna be having Division 4 Top Cut coming up here on SplatoonTourney here. Rocket and Topic will be back up. We'll be taking the mic here as well, and on the main channel we will have the Pop Gun and Saf as well on the main mics right there as well. So please stay tuned. Get that multi Twitch ready. Get all the devices ready here. You gotta catch all that Splatoon action here as well. Thank you so much, Spicy.
'cause we'll start falling, 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 'cause we'll start falling, falling.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are in the bracket stage of CCA Fall 2024 qualifier number 3. My name is Rocket here, joined by the one, the only Topic. How are you doing today, Topic?
You know what? I'm doing pretty good. I'm just excited.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, a little bit of a lighting problem here. I look like I am in the void right now, but we ignore that. Normally, you don't normally see us in person, really. You normally think of us as voices in your mind, and you may argue that since I am in the void, I might be a voice in your mind and not real at all.
I mean, I'd believe it.
That's all we are. We're just speaking to it, and let's just see if we can roll with this. But enough of that. We are taking a look at our first map, which will be tower control, or not tower control. What is it? I am drawing.
It is
blank.
actually. You are right.
Tower
it is
control.
Tower control ship-shaped cargo, because in the bracket stages, this is there are 5 map modes, and each team gets to strike 1. So that's how we get our best of 3.
Yes, and jumping straight into things, we have Ferris State Splatoon versus Octos and Squids United Grey. Let's see what these two teams bring for us on game number 1, Tower Control Ship-Shaped Cargo here. As we load in, I'm very interested to see how these two teams play out, because just taking a look at the stats, usually Ferris State Splatoon usually tends to be the one more favored in it, but looking at these comps, very interesting coming from Ferris State. We have the Explosher backline plus the CRB, which is always a favorite in my opinion because buys Blaster, but on the other side, we're seeing a different Rapid Blaster as well, compared with the Nautilus and the regular Ghoulies.
Yeah, and I think for Octos and Squids, the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco does make sense, because it is that blaster with the whale. It just affects tower really well, which is why I think blasters are just so good in general on tower. You just really affect the tower and just make it really impossible for the team to stand there. But the double splashdown on both sides are gonna come out, talking about an even trade for both sides. Now Ferris State Splatoon, nice pick there onto Chips, has an opportunity here to get some points on the board and maybe even get the first checkpoint.
Yeah, and Keely as well, that Kraken is online as well, so many... Oh, a beautiful double kill actually there. I believe that was a well-placed bomb, but now the Ferris State Splatoon members are falling left, right, and center. It's just left to the Exploster, and just like that, Octo and Squids United will make sure that that is a delayed wipeout and will end that push right there. And they're really well defended by them as Vio gets a kill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think for a lot of teams, you know that first checkpoint is usually not the choke point per se, but it's really, really important that does not fall, because if that falls, it's just a mad dash towards the second checkpoint. But the second I say that Octos and Squids United are able to break through the first checkpoint and start the roll towards the second one, however, they're gonna get shut down. I thought they were gonna get shut down, but never mind. They're just racking in the kills.
Yeah, they are continuing to roll here. Octos and Squids already far past that lead and now trying to continue to extend that lead as the tower is reset back to mid-air. However, the map is all blue here, Topic, as Octos and Squid just seem to have the dominant force here as Knight is actually picked off by that. It is just left to the Explosion yet again, and they will fall. Now another delayed wipe as Falstio has the crab available for them and the potential to continue this lockout even further. But remember, this checkpoint is so hard to get to as this is the longest distance between two checkpoints in TC.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but so far, it's just been a bloodbath at this 50-point mark. Octos and Squids are trying to do everything they can to break through, but Ferris State is holding on for dear life, and I can't really commend them for that. They did let the first checkpoint fall, and Octos Squid did get a fair ways closer to the second one, but they're just standing strong with everything they've got. I think we've seen like 3 or 4 3-down situations here, and with a basically clear path for Octos and Squids, this could cause a lot of damage here.
Yeah, 100%, and they're continuing to move along as well near that last checkpoint. Vio just trying to be that presence up front with that Nautilus to just create some space for that splash, and will take out the bucket. Keely, that is the cooler down for Ferris State, so this could be the opportunity for Octos and Squid to continue as they pop their own here, but 3 players go down there in one fell swoop, just leading Chips to jump straight out, saving Ferris State from getting knocked out. But what a lead that Octos and Squid took, Topic. I
mean, that's a really big mountain to climb. Ferris State has to go a really long way, but Octos and Squids are not allowing them to get any closer, as before their push can even start, they're already gonna go 3 down. Luckily, they do have the cool at the ready, so they're gonna jump back super quickly. But Ferris State looking for a counterattack opening, and their comp can really do that, since they do have that expo for a bit of coverage. They do have the 52, which is really good with the wall. They do have the Kraken, as we see going in, and Ferris State just opens the path clear, just parts the Red Sea, getting to the second checkpoint uncontested. And now Octos and Squids trying to find their way, trying to force their way, and they're gonna get it, as Ferris State is gonna get down to 15 before getting stopped ultimately.
Both of these teams have shown great teamwork in being able to continue these extended pushes, where Ferris State had a real opportunity for taking the lead, but Octos and Squids were able to figure out how to finally find a crack in that attack, and now the momentum is back into their favor, nearing clutch time here. 35 seconds left into the match. Ferris State needs to get in a similar push to what they had in order to stay alive in this, but Knight on the Explo as the last player standing will try to get a pick onto the Nautilus, won't find much. 20 seconds are left. Ferris State needs to hop onto this tower, but they are falling left, right, and center as Octo and Squiz have painted the entire map blue.
I mean, all they have to do is just chill in mid and let Ferris State come to them, because at the last 10 seconds, this is where desperation can really set in. As we do see a couple members of Ferris State trying to affect the tower. Knight there on the X-Block is going to be the closest one there. They're going to hop on tower. They're going to be on it. However, looks like a couple more members of Ferris State's going to join them, but Octos and Squid are just going to be there to collapse on the tower. 1, 2, 3, knock them down like dominoes, and Octos and Squids will hold on in a game that was a little close for comfort for them, but they do end up winning game number 1.
Right there at the end, we saw how powerful blasters can be. I mean, at the overtime push, you are forced to have at least one player on the tower at all times, but that just means easy pickings for the blaster, and like you said, 1, 2, 3, they all fell, and just like that, Octos and Squids stay alive and take game 1 in what seems to be shaping up to be a very interesting series, because that was a pretty closely contested fight for sure.
I mean, it really came down to that last team fight. I think once Ferris State got to 15, I think Octos and Squids just kind of collapsed onto them because I believe what they saw was a chance or an opportunity to take the lead, and they got a little bit desperate, and they ended up getting punished for it. And then once they tried to go back in, they got staggered because, as we saw in the last about, I want to say, 30-ish seconds, they went down one after another, and that just let Octos and Squids just kind of sit back and chill and let them come to the tower, let them make the mistake.
Yeah, 100%, but can't think too much about that game because we are moving on to game number 2, which is coming up real fast here. We will be having Rainmaker on Museum de Alfonsino. Any thoughts on this map topic?
This map is both really open and really congested. Now, let me explain. The mid section, as we can both agree, is really, really open. You can basically go the entire mid. It's pretty far away, right? I think you will agree to that. However, when it comes to actually pushing, it really comes down to the ramp. If you can get your forces onto ramp before your opponent can, you're going to get onto there and get to that first checkpoint. If you don't, you're going to be stuck there in kind of a just neutral situation, as you are going to have a 3v3? 3v3. I love 3v3s.
Yeah, very interesting having a 3v3 now, and yep, there it goes. As that would have been very interesting for sure. I mean, it's a fair fight, all in all things considered. A 3v3 wouldn't really surprise me, but no, we are gonna wait a little bit. But before we actually jump into things a little bit, I want to mention Rainmaker between these two teams, I think is gonna be one that is decided in overtime just based on the stats of how both of these teams played. It is a very slim marginal percentage in the favor of Octo and Squids United Grey, as an 87% win rate, as both of these teams seem to be doing pretty dominantly when they do play Rainmaker. So we have some Titans here in Rainmaker for sure.
I mean, they just know what they want to run. You don't get to an above 80% win percentage and not know what you're doing, unless you only played like 3 Rainmaker games the entire season, which is very, very unlikely. Both of these teams, I'm 95% sure, have their comps picked out. They know exactly what their game plan is. Now the question becomes, which team will execute their game plans better?
Yeah, 100%, but stats don't mean everything. Obviously, in the previous match, Ferris State had tended to win more on towers, but Octos and Squid came out with the victories, so who knows? We could see something completely different here, and to see, like you mentioned, just how these teams like to operate and how they're going to interact with each other, because now both these teams kind of have the tendency, they have the weapons that were chosen on game number 1, and can see how they like to play as well, and I think that we may even see some switches here if need be, especially if you are on the side of Ferris State.
I mean, okay, now this won't be like team specific, but overall, I think Big Bubble is really good, especially on this, because you can just kind of take a lot of plat for free. Like, you basically just say, hey, you can't go there, go around, make a U-turn, and you just give the Rainmaker a lot of space to work with, basically. You give the Rainmaker that cushion to where, hey, you can make 1 or 2 mistakes and not be punished for it. Now, on the opposite side, I think, it was Octopus and Squids. I think they should keep or at least keep a weapon that has a whale in case of they have a bubble, because you basically tell the Rainmaker, hey, you gotta move, and if you don't, you're gonna die. And also, it kind of allows for their team to the opportunity to get in.
Yeah, and I agree with that, especially on a map like Museum, because normally on other maps you have several ways you can go. You have 2 different ways you can go. Here, there is one straight way where you have to push through, and you have to push that Rainmaker through, and if you don't have something like that bubble you mentioned, you cannot get through. As we see here, we have a little bit of a comp switch from both teams. We're seeing the Carbon and Edit coming out from Octos and Squids on the other side. Very, very aggressive. Look at the specials for Ferris State. You have the Stamp, you have the Reef Slider, and you have the Charger as well, which is going to be an interesting element to add here.
I mean, I look at Ferris State, the first thing that caught my eye was the Dapple Dewey's Nouvelle. Whenever I see that weapon, I see you go in and you just hold forward. As we see right there with you getting a nice pick there on the carbon roller. Now, if you're Ferris State, your job is to go in, and they're doing just that with a quick 3 down. The hammer is going to come out. Vale there is the last member remaining, though. They are able to at least stall the push out for Ferris State a little bit, but they're gonna make the jump and get to 64 and will strike first.
Yeah, great push, almost getting the checkpoint, but not too bad if you're on the other side. Still very recoverable indeed, but we're seeing this charger getting moved, but actually 2 players do go down in that skirmish. There are 3 players down for Ferris State. This is huge for them, especially since the charger's the last player. They will find the carbon, but just trying to desperately stay alive as the rest of Octo and Squids manages to cap the first checkpoint here, trying to just end things straight up, but Ferris State will eventually recover and allow themselves to try to retake mid, but all the players of Ferris State are unable to just meet the 3 players right there for Octos and Squid, right in mid, just waiting for them.
I mean, this is really bad if you're Ferris State, because now Octos and Squid, they broke through that first checkpoint. Nice kill there on the dualies. They broke through that first checkpoint. There, you know that they're going to be aggressive. Their comp is to be aggressive. They have the dualies that can go in really quickly. You have the carbon roller that can go in really quickly. You do have the T-Tech that can support while also being super aggressive. So if you're Ferris State, your job is to try to neutralize the situation and get yourself in a position where you can use your weapons to the fullest. As we do see the hammer get a nice straight there, Gaius is actually just gonna run for it and get the checkpoint.
Yeah, a opportunity presented itself, and now pretty much evened up here. The first checkpoint usually pretty easy to get, but now this is where the true fight is, getting past this choke point that and the spinner on the other side that is so hard to get through. We have the tri-strikes available for Ferris State, but no, they are quickly taking down. A trade here as well for the carbon and the other member of Ferris State here, but Rin with that Rainmaker just waiting for their team to regroup, waiting for an opportunity to strike, as there is still plenty of time left to develop a push here. A little under half the map to be played, but so far Octus and Squid in a great position.
I mean, they don't really have to rush anything, but Ferris State want to force the effort by them with a really quick wipeout. Now, they pop the cooler. They have the Rainmaker pop. They have to go forward. They want to make sure Octos and Squid cannot get set, because if they get set, this can stall out super quickly. The Rainmaker makes the jump, but gets no extra points, as Octos and Squids are able to respond just quickly enough and shut the push down before even gets a chance to start.
Yeah, right there. Beautiful defense, but actually another Rainmaker taken down. 3 members of Ferris State are down, and I feel like I've said that once or twice before. Octos and Squids have been really good at defending these pushes, not making sure they make any further progress. I mean, that the only reason that Ferris State were able to cap checkpoint was because of a sneak, but the wipeout presents an opportunity to go straight for the knockout, and it will just look like that. And before I could even finish my thought, Octos and Squids completely wiped Ferris State off of the map and take game 2 just like that in a commanding knockout there with that final wipeout.
I mean, what can I say? Ferris State, they went in a little bit too preemptively. They got wiped, and then Octos and Squid just kind of rolled out the red carpet and gave the Rainmaker nothing but blue sea, and just basically gave them the victory, because that was just really seamless. The only way I can really say it.
Yeah, 100%. With that victory, that moves them on to the next round, and Ferris State Splatoon will get eliminated here. GG's to them, but Octos and Squid's just too strong in this one because of just their wonderful splat usage. You see the Zuka shot right there. Take out the that potential tri-strike from the ZNF scope charger, and that was huge right there in preventing any special from stopping them. And I just want to highlight their defense as well. Like, the Rainmaker didn't move past that first checkpoint at all if you're defending that, and Ferris State were just unable to really find an opening. Octos and Squids, on the other hand, did, and they used it to the fullest, evidently.
I mean, it's just the best way I could put it is Octos and Squids, I don't want to say they just looked more experienced, if that makes sense. Like they recognized they had a main advantage, and they took that to their fullest extent. And whenever Ferris State had a main advantage, they kind of hesitated a little bit. They didn't quite take full advantage of it, and that hesitation, like we saw about, I want to say, a minute and a half left in the game, where Ferris State got a wipeout on Octos and Squids, and what happened was they ended up not getting any points because they moved a little bit too slow, and Octos and Squids were able to just come back and stop anything before it started.
Yeah, 100%. As we take a look at the bracket here, we're actually Octos and Squids will be facing the number 1 seed XxShadowWarriors in the next round here, taking a look at who moved on, who didn't. HLG moving on, Undertow Dartfish moving on, Shrimp That Fried Rice. I love that name a lot. You're telling me I shrimp fry this rice?
I was gonna say.
I love that name a lot. But yeah, we're actually I think we're gonna move on to our next match real quickly here, as our next matchup will be between VCU Spirality versus Drexel Gold Splatoon here in our round 2.
Okay, I'm excited for it. You know, I like me some Splatoon action, as obviously seen. So I'm excited.
Yeah, 100%. As I pull up these stats here a little bit for both of these teams, VCU Spirality not much known to us exactly, but taking a look at Drexel Gold Splatoon just in general, I'm looking at their stats. Is that 100% win rate I see on towers? It is. That is really impressive for them to have. And just taking a look at the other modes, that just seems to be their strongest by far here. And I'm excited to see how they perform and if they can keep up that streak.
Okay, so I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, but to have 100% win percentage, that usually means it's a very, very small sample size. Mm-hmm. So, you know, I do think they're at least they're good at tower, but 100% maybe a little curved.
A little bit curved, might be a little bit of a curse perhaps, but who knows? We've seen crazier things happen, so maybe they might know something that may be meta changing, maybe defining, that maybe a lot of teams aren't ready for. We saw in the previous, before we started brackets, we saw the use of Big Swig Roller in some teams, so anything's up for grabs. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they ran 4 blasters, I'm gonna be real, like having 4 blasters and having a bubble as one of them, because I mean, just, you can't hop on the tower anymore, or like, of any other weapon. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Well, so I'm trying to think of like unique comps or unique weapons that are underused in tower specifically, and I'm having a hard time. I'm having a really hard time.
Yeah, for sure. But actually, I believe our first map mode for this will be Rainmaker on Manta Maria, and game 2 potentially being Splat Zones on Hagglefish, and game 3 will be that fabled TC on Macomart, as it is /2 Tower Control on Inkblot. Art Academy will be taken out, and Clam Blitz on Humpback Pump Track will be taken out. So it's going to be interesting. If it moves to game 3, you have to think that it's obvious it might be in the favor of Drexel Gold Splatoon, but who knows?
Well, let's see. If I were Drexel Gold Splatoon, I would at least want to get this done as quick as possible and win in 2. But to win in 2, you gotta win game 1, as we have our game number 1, Rainmaker Manta, a classic from Splatoon 2 that is better in Splatoon 3, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. It's just that first checkpoint is always brutal to go through, because you have elevation on the left side, elevation on the right side, and if you don't clear those well, you could be just rained on by buckets, by rollers, by a cheeky blaster, or even sniped by a random charger that is lurking in the shadows. But it provides such a defensive advantage that if you don't have specials such as Tri-Strike or Bubble, then you are just unable to really crack through. This is kind of similar to what we saw just a moment ago with Museum. It's one of those maps where it is quite a choke point to go through.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I think the main hurdle to cross, especially on Manta, is bunker, right? Because if you get bunker, you basically have access to street, not for free, but a lot less worrisome, if that makes sense, because you could see on top of that top left side, and you could basically give your teammate cover for either the jump path with for the checkpoint, or the street path. So for either team, attacking or defending, bunker is very, very important. And if you lose that, the pushes or defense is going to be 10 times harder.
Yeah, 100%. And this is going to be a very interesting map indeed. Remember, we are still in best of 3, so it is still pretty condensed here in terms of how teams can really learn from each other. Because if I'm actually taking a look at this bracket as a whole, no match has actually gone to 3 games. They've all been 2-0 sweeps so far, at least at what I'm looking at. The only match that's still ongoing for round 1 is the Holy Snail versus the Crotonators, but it is looking like a 2-0 in that already. But yeah, if that trend continues, who knows? Maybe the first team that wins could determine the game, because you have that momentum now and that pressure.
I doubt it. You know, that's just kind of what happens with a lot of brackets, is that the first round is usually the furthest apart, and then it gets closer and closer, and you're more likely to get the final games, and like definitely finals and semis. But enough about the future. Is that a sploosh? That is 100% a sploosh. And on the other side of VCU Spirality, the double dually disaster for Drexel Splatoon, as they're going to be an N Parries and another Dapple Nouveau.
The first thing I look at when I see these comps is I look at their specials, and we are seeing firepower from both sides. Like right there, Drexel goes Splatoon. We have Cyanide managing to get 1 with the stamp and already clearing a lane for Drexel Go to maybe cheek this. And there is a possible lane, but the Dapples will close that window shut immediately there. A great idea, but just not quite in the nick of the time. Cooler will be popped for Drexel Gold just to try to get the advantage here. The NZAP will find 1, will potentially find the second. They will, and that is a 2-for-1 trade that could open up a window, but no, this edit remains strong there. A great defense still remains, as the checkpoint will actually now be placed.
Yep, Drexel Gold Splatoon gonna punch first, getting the first checkpoint. And you know what? That's just what Sploosh does. It runs forward and you just have to deal with it. But Drexel Gold is doing a really good job of trying to keep some space, though. VCU doing an even better job of taking it back, as now they have an opportunity here. They have a couple specials that are going to come online super quickly. If they can just get Drexel like they did right there at a man disadvantage, they could have an opportunity to really get some points on the board. And so far, with a 2-man advantage, they might be able to.
Yeah, Cooler is had for Drexel Gold to try to defend this, but VCU has the advantage, but no, the Sploosh will go in and take out the Rainmaker carrier there. That is the power of Sploosh, just being able to get those 1-for-1 trades and without much loss. But the Reef Slider will go in, we'll find 2 off of the back of that VCU Spirit. Oh my goodness, it is specials left, right, and center here, Topic. We are seeing the crab, we saw the stamp, we saw the Reef Slider come out from VCU Spirituality that maybe opened a door for them, but closed immediately shut by that stamp.
I mean, specials are good, and this is why you see how versatile and good they are on defense and on offense. It can force your way in, or just force enemies to take very unconventional, or very unwise, or very unsafe paths. And unfortunately for the Rainmaker, they're going to be cornered by the N Parry dualies and are going to go down. But if you look at the map so far, VCU still has a lot of mid control, and Drexel Gold is kind of not trapped. Yeah, they're kind of forced into a lot less space than they would like.
Yeah, for sure here, but Drexel will have that slight lead here, but it could potentially change here, as now VCU VCU has a potentially good push, and just like that, they will get the first checkpoint, and now will probably open up an opportunity for them to push, but this sploosh needs to be dealt with. This sploosh is such a problem, just trying to keep themselves alive, trying to break that barrier, but no, they will eventually fall, and now the lead is taken by VCU Spirituality. 2 players are down for them, and that so is the Rainmaker now. This is a huge push that allowed them to be in the driver's seat, but now potentially seeing that push being closed by Drexel.
Yeah, but that's not a really safe score because, in all honesty, getting to 44 is a challenge. It's not that far away from the checkpoint. So VCU, while yes, you do have the lead, you also got to be very, very worried because in situations like this where you do go down, Drexel has an opportunity here to get some points, just collapsing in on the edit, taking bunker with no regards for who was in there, with another 2 down on VCU. Another one goes down, goes to the last one alive, gonna go down to the sploosh cyanide, and Drexel with the red carpet being rolled out, gonna make the drop. The stamp was gonna give it out, and there it is. Drexel in one push goes from losing the game in a relatively close fashion to just blowing the doors off of VCU.
Yeah, that is pretty much what happened there. They struck back with such a vengeance and such speed that I did not expect. That is something to be aware of for sure. It looked all VCU Spirituality there as they were able to eventually develop some momentum and were able to just keep that constant pressure, but one fellow swoop, and just like that, Drexel Gold Splatoon cranked it all the way up to 11. Whatever speed comparison, whatever sound comparison, whatever intensity you want to talk about, they turned it up, went straight pedal to the metal, and never looked back.
You know that's why we love Rainmaker. It's so volatile because like if you're VCU, you were actually looking pretty good. You had solid defense. You stopped a lot of Drexel Gold's attempted pushes, but it was just one mistake. I think they went 3 down, and then Drexel took full advantage and they just ran it. And by the time the members of VCU respawned, like you see on the replay, they were already at like 3 points remaining, and then Drexel just said, "Hey, this is ours now."
Yeah, for sure, but we are moving now to game number 2 of this. We are still in best of 3, so no more mistakes can be had here if you're looking at VCU, especially with how that match initially looked. But we are moving to game number 2, Hagglefish Zones, and this is always a classic topic. Me and you know both. What are your thoughts on this?
All right, so Rocket, I know you've heard this speech once before, but I think of this match. Whenever I think of Hagglefish Zones, I think of vanilla ice cream. I think of salt and pepper. I just think of I think of Final Destination. I think it's the most basic map you can get. I think of it as vanilla wafers. That's another one. It's the most basic map you can get. Now, basic doesn't mean bad. It just means there's no like real like gimmicks or uniqueness to it. It's like, hey, it's a great starter map is the best way I could put it, because it allows 100%. It allows you to like feel out your opponents first, see what they're gonna do without giving up too much.
Yeah, for sure. Like you mentioned, I was gonna say the same thing. It really allows you to use your weapons how you want them to, show them to your opponents your technique, because with how Hagglefish is made, obviously you have the close quarters zone in mid and the wide 2 lanes on the side. It really opens up different ways weapons can really operate to their strengths, to their disadvantages. Really makes for some very interesting weapon combinations. But let's just see if these teams will remain with similar comps to what they had. No, we're seeing a Bloblobber. Hello, we're seeing a Bloblobber on Hagglefish. And on the other side, pretty standard comp with having the Junior and the Dapples plus those M-parries and now a pencil. But what are your thoughts on the Bloblobber? Because I like this choice a lot, especially for the flat zone in mid.
Yeah, I like the choice for the map. I'm not a fan of Bloblobber, but that's a whole different story. Now, if we're looking at VCU, their comp if you are Drexel, you gotta deal with the pencil, because if you don't deal with the pencil, you're not keeping zone for long. And as we see right here, the junior for VCU is trying to go in with the bubble. It's actually gonna work out for them as Drexel's gonna go 2 down here, and it's just a lot of paint going down in zone. There's a Reefsider going in, is gonna get 1, not able to find anything else, but flipping the zone at least, which is good for VCU.
Now, I see the Bloblobber and the Pencil as a little bit of one and the same. Now, obviously, the Pencil has the cooler, but they both fill similar jobs. You are the main longer-ranging paint weapon. It's just that Bloblobber does it in its own unique way here. But we see VCU getting their initial cap of the point and managing to knock it down all the way to the 60-point mark. Ghost has almost their special available. There it is. The bubble is available to pop to continue to hold this as 2 players are down for Drexel. Now 3. It is just left for the Bloblobber, and this is looking like potential knockout territory as we're seeing the Dapples, actually no, the M-Parry dualies, the Hats just being quite a nuisance in the spawn of Drexel there.
I mean, either dudes can really be a nuisance for Drexel Gold, but so far they're having real tough times getting in. Just the Reefsider just barely not able to get a kill there, but VCU getting it all the way down to 10. The Splash is gonna take it for them, and with no one left in sight, only being the Bloblobber, VCU looking like a completely different team, just locking them out, which I think just goes more towards the difference between zones and Rainmaker, because VCU is kind of held on for dear life, and it worked out.
It worked out 100%, and like you mentioned, it seems like VCU saw how that previous game turned out, and now with no more mistakes can be had, they said, okay, let's show you how we can dominate now, and dominate they did. After they initially take the first zone, they're a beautiful Reef Slider, as you see right there. They never looked back at all. There were chances for Drexel Gold to really get in a little bit. You saw the rain usage right here, but immediately shut down by that big bubble here, and then you see Hacks over there causing so much chaos, managing to find one and just being that thorn in Drexel Gold's side. But besides that, VCU showed they have the ability to roll, showed they have the ability to win these team fights to a T, and now it's going to set up for a very interesting Game 3, which will determine the set and which will determine who moves on.
Yeah, and our Game 3, TC Mako Mart, which, I think you said it was VCU who was undefeated on it, right? Or was it... no, it was Drexel, my bad. Drexel. It was Drexel who was undefeated, so I want to see what they're cooking. I want to see what they're chefing up in the kitchen.
I mean, we saw the difference in weapons there. We saw the Bloblobber being used. We saw the Junior being used on the other side, so I'm open for anything, really. I mean, we're probably most likely going to see a blaster change for sure. Possibly a CRB would be the most common choice. Another one would be the Rapid Blaster, but could we see some Luna action? I don't know. Maybe it is definitely a possibility, but I just can't wait to see what specifically Drexel Gold is cooking to have such a high winning percentage.
Well, since they went double dualies for the first 2 games, my intuition is saying they're probably going to stick with it. But we might see a couple of changes, because I think, well, Dapples is pretty decent on this map, in my opinion. On Tower, though, I don't know. That's a little iffy for me. Now, you say Blast, well, I will agree. Blasters are very, very good. Now, which one would be used? Since Drexel does have a very aggressive comp, I could realistically see either the custom blaster with the splashdown or the Luna blaster, which are both really good at affecting the snipe area and are really good at just being a tower nuisance.
Yeah, let's see if they stick with that. Game number 3, do or die time. This will determine who moves on to round number 3. We're seeing a Splatling Jr., the Zimmy here, a very, very interesting switch up. And no, we're not seeing a blaster from either side. Really interesting here. I really thought that with the map of being Mako Mart and having those close ledges here, you would see that, but no, still sticking with similar comps if you are VCU Spirality, and obviously the Zimmy on Drexel.
I mean, hey, Bubble's good. It gives you some space to work with. why not? And so far, we're seeing a bunch of neutral as VCU are being the first ones to get some points on the board, but Drexel is not that far away from tower, but thankfully for VCU, the tower does go the other way, so they just get a bunch of points for free, as Drexel is now starting to get to tower, as VCU is not quite able to break the checkpoint, and they're going to go 2 down for it.
Yeah, a quick response here, still off to the initial pushes here. Drexel just trying to find an opening. The Dapple's making sure that doesn't happen. Cyanide is taken out, and Keeley, the reslider, is available for potentially a sneaky shark. There it is, trying to find some value. We'll actually find that Zimmy, and on the other side, 2 players are down for VCU now. Make that 3. Now it is just really left to the junior really in any position to try to hold this defense, as Drexel are now going past this first checkpoint and almost managing to take lead. There needs to be a player to hop on that to take the lead. There it is, as Drexel will take the lead here.
Yeah, they're going to take the lead, but this spot is very, very hard for any team because you're at such a height disadvantage. You need to get someone either on a flank or a weapon that can really affect ledges to kind of force your way through, because if not, you could be stuck there for basically the entire game, as we're going to see as flank from Cyanide able to get 1, possibly able, actually no, they are able to get 2, and kind of stop VCU from at least doing anything, and Drexel has an opportunity here to extend their lead.
Yeah, and extended they are. You have the Zimmy bubble here. Jorp on that Zimmy, just trying to provide some covering fire. Will get taken down by the Dapples on the other side here, and Reef Slider yet again available. But we're seeing a little bit of a flank here, and backstab from Cyanide. We'll find 1. We'll potentially find the 2nd here if the Stamp can get out. Yes, they will find Keeley that edit, so no more cooler can be had, but they will be quickly taken out here. Hacks we are seeing right here, trying to create some space. That Blobber on the other side contesting it, and once yet again, we are seeing players fall from Drexel.
I mean, yeah, it's been very, very back and forth, and if you are Drexel, I think the Blobber is actually a pretty good pick here, because the rain as a special on this map is just really good, since you can just kind of say, hey, you can't walk here, else you're going to take a lot of damage. But unfortunately for them, VCU just walks straight up to them, gets the first checkpoint, and now they're also stuck in this little update situation where it's really, really hard to push, because you're, again, at such a height disadvantage. You're such a bad spot that you need to force your way through.
Yeah, for sure, but still plenty of map to be played here. 2 specials are available for VCU, but Keeley, that Zimmy, has that bubble available to try to play a defense here. They will, but we're seeing a little bit of a Venn diagram here. Both bubbles are played, but to the advantage of Drexel here, as they are able to momentarily get onto the tower, but no, VCU still chugging along, and is just left to the Blobber, actually. A great recovery from VCU after initially going 2 down, and another 2 down for Drexel here. They are chugging along real well top, because now they're at the 2nd checkpoint.
The train doesn't stop for anybody, and VCU is taking that to heart, though. Cartoons there is going to get a nice double to shut that down. Not quite the triple, but VCU with a really, really good push. Even though they didn't break through the 2nd checkpoint, they did at least scare Drexel a little bit to say, hey, we can do this really, really simply. And now Drexel has an opportunity to respond, and it's up to VCU with less than a minute to go to stop them and get back onto tower.
Yeah, 100%. We're seeing Amber Alert on this edit, managing to find Jorp, trying to find more here as 2 players are down for Drexel, because this could mean the end of this push, as Amber Alert just waiting for the jumps to come in, just trying to be that front edit, which is not something you see often, but taking initiative, really well done. The Sploosh will find them there at the bottom, and Drexel's push is reignited with 30 seconds left. The bubble is available for VCU to try to keep this alive, but know that Junior will be hunted down, and another will be taken down by that hammer. Hacks, 24 seconds left. What can you do left here, Drexel?
I mean, you just kind of have to force your way through. That's exactly what I'm going to try to do. The blob and the zap just trying to stay alive. It's going to work. Cartoons does get 1. Does go down, unfortunately. The Blobber is the last member that can really do anything. Cyanide there is going to stay on tower. And this is it for Drexel. You cannot go down, though. The splashdown will get a triple to end the game. VCU will hold on. Will take game number 3. We'll take the set and we'll move on to semis or quarters. I think it's semis, right? But
yeah,
either way, that was that splashdown saved the game.
Yes, 100%. Very clutch from them. GG's for VCU Spirituality, and they just ended Drexel Gold Splatoon unbeaten streak there on tower control, maybe. I mean, there you go. What a way to do it as well. And now they continue to move on to semifinals to face the #1 seed in this Div 4 bracket here. We mentioned earlier, I believe it is XxShadowWarriors who they'll be facing in semis. On the other side, we have HLG Gold punching their ticket to semis, winning 2-1 over Undertow Dartfish, as we're still waiting for the other quarterfinals matchup between the Holy Snail and Shrimp That Fry Rice to face off. But we are seeing so far the 1 seed in XxShadowWarriors, the 4 seed in VCU Spirituality, and the 2 seed in LGL Gold moving on to semis. So a little bit of an expected outcome. I mean, they're the favorites for a reason, right?
I mean, yeah, but I like the whole sea creature vibe in that last set. You got the snake, oh, not sea creature, the little guy creature vibe down there in the last set with the snail and the shrimp. So you know what? I'm fine with it.
Yeah, for sure, but just taking a little brief look at these div points so far. So just taking a look at who is left in here. Just taking a look, VCU Spirituality, or seed number 4, has 190 points in this circuit leaderboard so far. Taking a look at XxShadowWarriors, they're actually in 8th place with 170, so they could actually break through here, really, if they are able to continue racking up these points. I'm trying to look a little bit to see if I can find HLG Gold on this lineup, actually. Let's see if I can find them. Actually, yeah, HLG Gold in 20th, which is huge for them to be placing so far up in this tournament so far. So really, they can really find themselves in a qualifying position if they can continue to move this on to make it to finals.
Yeah, and that actually really helps for the leaderboards, because I believe it is the 13 through 16 will get a wild card spot. So a little bit. So there's always something to play for. Try to get better seeding, meaning not easier opponent, but a more favorable opponent. So yeah, for HLG Gold, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, and then if you're any of the other teams, VCU Spirituality, obviously the highest team left standing, I believe, in terms of point total, just trying to remain on top. If you're XxShadowWarriors, you still want to stay in the race because you are the 8th seed, which is still good and fine and dandy, but there are some hungry teams for sure trying to push their way up that, as if you don't do well maybe on the next qualifier, then at least you have the fallback and the right mind knowing that you at least did well in this one. So they're still definitely hungry for sure.
I mean, yeah, you kind of have to be, because even if you have, even if you are technically in the playoffs or whatever, you still really want that higher seed, because, hey, more points doesn't hurt nobody.
Yeah, 100%. So we will be taking a very short break, and we will be right back with this qualifier here to see who will we be taking a look at, which semifinals to be taking a look at. Obviously, the other stream over on the CCA official Twitch has the other semifinals, which we're not going to look at. We'll be taking one, they'll be taking one, but yeah, if you want to pull up a double stream, definitely keep an eye on both of the semifinal action, because it has been intense so far. But we will be right back after this very short break.
See you in a bit.
we'll start falling, falling, falling. 'Cause we'll start falling, falling, falling. 'Cause we'll start falling. Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down? Down, if you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing pretty well. We are back with the CCA Circuit Fall 2024 Qualifier number 3. I am Topic. I am joined with Rocket, of course, and we have our semifinals match coming up for you in our Div 4 bracket. We have HLG Gold versus, of course, the Holy Snail.
Now, this matchup provides a very interesting storyline. I mean, obviously both these teams have made it all the way to semifinals, but both of them are also fighting for a spot in this finals here. Look at where they are positioned. HLG Gold are positioned 20th, and Holy Snail right behind them in 21. They both have 80 points in this, so this could really determine a lot in the long run here, especially to the winning team, of course.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see how these teams match up as we hop into game number 1, which is going to be Rainmaker on Crab Lake Capital.
Now, Crab Lake Capital is a very interesting map in many ways, obviously, because It provides a lot of challenges in terms of moving the actually moving the Rainmaker, of course. I mean, you have so many vulnerabilities where you can really just get poked out.
I mean, yeah, because most of the map, or no, most of the map, or most of the Rainmaker path is over grates. Yes, you do have that left-hand side, but you're really exposed because you're kind of on the low ground and you kind of get shot really easily. But if you decide to go, like most teams go, and you like to go the right side, you have basically no ink underneath you. You really have to have like a caravan like carry you there so you can get to the checkpoint and then the goal safely.
Yeah, and we're taking a look at these two comps. Is that a dredge? Hello here, coming from Flower Boy. Look at that. We're seeing a lot of Reef Slider action. And I'd love to see it here again, though, still with those Dapple dualies. That seems to be a very common occurrence between teams, but holy Snail losing their backline, but on the other side, HLG losing 3 members is just left to their strike strike, and a quick wipeout could open up the possibility, and will open up the possibility for an early Holy Snail pop, and wow, that was fast, quick response from the Holy Snail.
I mean, HLG kind of ran in kind of haphazardly, and that's exactly what happened. Yes, they got 1, but they went 4 down and basically gave up the first checkpoint, basically with no strings attached. And now Holy Snail has a lot of mid control. There's the first Reef Side to go in and try to take some space. It's not going to work as they're going to go down almost immediately. But actually, hold on, HLG Gold has 2 Reef Sliders, so if they have the opportunity, they can really force a fight. However, Holy Snail, they're responding super well and not falling for any of HLG Gold's traps.
Yeah, but they once again go 2 players down. HLG will actually be the ones to take the Rainmaker, I believe. No, it's actually Holy Snail will take the Rainmaker. And it's Mr. Peanut here being the sole player alive, dancing around somehow, still maintaining their life there. Wow, they were just dancing with that Nautilus and managing to stall out a little bit. However, will eventually go down to the 40-point mark, and now HLG Gold need to find themselves on the board here and fast, as they seem to be going towards this left checkpoint.
I mean, they're looking that way, but the Range Blaster on the side of Holy Snail will cause a lot of damage. Speaking of the Range Blaster, there's a Kraken, just barely not able to get the Rainmaker. The Rainmaker for HLG Gold is able to get it at least on top of that little platform there, but not any further, as HLG Gold's pushing these stops super short. And now Holy Snail is able to quickly take over mid. The Splashdown's going to come out and not cause a lot of changes in the dynamic here, but if you're Holy Snail, you're looking pretty good, even though HLG Gold is trying to force you into bad fights.
Now, I mean, I also see the difference in the amount of coolers being placed. I mean, obviously, the Holy Snail having NZAP as their main cooler, as I mentioned, that there's the cooler right there, but you see a very aggressive weapon having the cooler on the other side. It is that Tri-Slosher, which doesn't normally pump out as much coolers as any other cooler-focused weapons. I mean, you have the Soda to help with that painting, but so far, HLG Gold are going to pocket that cooler for a little bit. Eventually, will pop it when the rest of their team is there. The Rainmaker is popped in favor. There's the double Reef Slider. A trade, 1-for-1 trade there. The Dapples and the V-Shot will go down. The Knot falling as well, and players are falling left, right, and center, but the Rainmaker not moving an inch.
Yeah, I think the whole HLG Gold kind of used all their resources to get the Rainmaker. They weren't really able to get a whole lot out of it, as the Dapple Dudes are going to go down. They get, I believe, 2 more points, and if you're HLG Gold, you got to question, was that really worth it? Because now you have very little specials to work with. Nice, okay, there's a, you know what, I'm going to stop talking. Alright.
Yeah, really quick response from HLG Gold. You saw the Rainmaker from the Holy Snail carrier falling down straight into the Reef Slider's loving arms, and then an immediate triple splashdown right there afterwards, which led to the HLG Gold push. But with 2 players down, that push will go no further, as the Holy Snail will be able to regain that land pretty well here, as the rest of the members of HLG Gold who were still alive will get pushed back a little bit back to mid. A beautiful shot by Chris onto Gray right there, and that will force the Rainmaker to reset back to mid, as we still have a minute 15 left. Still a lot of time to be played, as the lead is not large at all.
Yeah, and we all know there's the reef slider. Oh, barely able to get one, but able to get two, another pick off of that. But that could have been really, really dangerous for Holy Snail. Now, as we enter this under a minute mark to go, HLG Gold needs to find a consistent way to get in and get their bushes started. Flower Boy, nice double there, but there it is, the most balanced special in the game. Bazooka's able to get the pick and allow Holy Snail to continue their defense.
Yeah, really huge for them, but now it is crunch time here. The Rainmaker still basically in no man's land. They're up on top of the grates. Both teams will seemingly let that Rainmaker reset back to mid, but if the pressure is on HLG Gold, they are the ones in falling behind here. Two players are down though for the Holy Snail, so maybe an opportunity to present themselves to prevent the push, but no, they are taken out by that shot there, and now the Rainmaker will have to be popped again. 15 seconds left. Let's see if HLG Gold can pull together a push, because so far they have yet to be able to really pull in a coordinated push, but if there's a time to do so, now is the chance with all these specials available.
I mean, the Rainmaker's in no man's land in kind of that underneath corner, but there it is. The GG Kraken from Holy Snail says, you know what? Y'all don't get overtime. I'm ending this game right now, and that's exactly what the Holy Snail did as they win game number 1.
Yeah, HLG Gold were able to really use their opportunities to their fullest, but the Holy Snail is just that much better, as they were able to, on their opening pushes, just get it down all the way to 40, taking that right side. You saw initially they got that checkpoint off of a very quick wipeout with barely 30 seconds off the point, and then afterwards they were able to really take advantage of their numbers advantage, go that right side, and HLG Gold really didn't have those opportunities to really take that advantage, and they just had to work with what they got, but just not enough.
Yeah, and I think also nice to see a little Mr. Peanut tap dancing here to kind of keep it alive, which if you're that's good if you're Holy Snail. But yeah, back to HLG Gold, I think when they used their specials, they didn't really get a whole lot of value out of it. Yes, they took a whole lot of space, but Holy Snail was quickly able to paint that up. So it really took until the very end for them to get even close to knocking on Holy Snail's door, because by the time they got there, they had no more specials. Their resources were exhausted, and then Holy Snail kind of just sit back and just let HOG Gold make the mistakes.
Yeah, but as we speak about that, we're moving to game number 2, which will be Splat Zones on Mahi Mahi Resort. Now, I don't know about you, Topic. This is one of my favorite map modes as a whole in the entirety of Splatoon 3, just because of the unique quirk about this map being that the entire map is unlocked at around the 60 point mark. You have more space to work with. Those specials are going to be built pretty much in an instant now that you have all that painting, and just being able to fully unleash the use of maybe some strats that didn't work initially when the map was limited.
Okay, I can see why you like it so much. I think it's still good. I don't personally think it's one of the best map modes, because you can get locked out relatively easily. The zone also is very easily zone cheesed, and I feel like the whole map isn't really used to its fullest advantage. And what I mean by that is the side islands are kind of underutilized in a way. They're mostly like ignored, if that makes sense. So yes, I do see what you mean. I do think this is a good map. I think the water level dropping does introduce like very new dynamics. I just personally think this map kind of lends itself to knockouts, or not knockouts, but to lockouts relatively easily.
Yeah, 100%. As the timer ticks 0, we are jumping into a game number 2 here. Potentially the final game if you are in favor of HLG Gold. On the other side, trying to remain alive, the Holy Snail. We'll see if they can pull off the reverse sweep here. As we take a look at these comps, we see a Flingza. I love to see the Flingza love here. One of my favorite weapons as well, but we still see that Reef Slider coming from that Dredge, which, if there's a map to use Dredge on for zones, it is Mahi Mahi.
I mean, yep, this is famously one of the easiest maps to zone G's in the game, as Holy Snail is going to take the first strike of the game, not getting the checkpoint. But there it is, the best special in the game, the Tentacle missiles being popped off by the Flames of Rose to try to get Holy Snail in. And so far, you're seeing what I was talking about a little bit earlier. It's kind of easy to lock out your opponents, because while the water level's up like this, it's kind of easy to figure out where they're going to come from. And so far, HOG Gold's taking really good advantage of that.
Yeah, already off to a blazing start, and already the entire map is now unlocked for them right off the get-go. Cooler is available, will no longer be available just from a great shot from Chris. 2 players are down, though, for HLG Gold, so this could provide an advantage for the Holy Snail, and it will be just enough for them to take back the zone here. But already a great initial push, but now with that Flingza to worry about, you might think that the Holy Snail might have an opportunity to take that back here soon.
I mean, but you have these missiles, the best special in Splatoon 2, are just able to really take some space and kind of cause some panic in the HOG goal. Looks like it's going to be 1 down. The Kraken's going to be top. They're going to find a pick. Holy Snail are going to go 2 down. Big Nut there is able to get a trade before going down. That's really, really huge for them. And now, Holy Snail, they're kind of in a tough spot here because they're backed up a bit, and HOG Gold kind of just come closer to them and give them less space to work with.
Yeah, especially with actually 3 players down as well and the Kraken available. They are looking to continue this, but we see the Reef Slider, the Reef Cheese. Here it comes. There it is, but it will not be enough actually to flip the zone, as HLG Gold will be able to paint it super effectively here. 30 seconds left, 30 ticks left. The Tri-Strikes are still being pocketed for that final push.
I mean, you kind of have, if you're Holy Snail, you kind of have to go in now. We're in the final 10 ticks. There's the splashdown. It's going to get popped off, but the GG strikes to neutralize it. The missiles are out of zone, and Holy Snail tried to, with the last hurrah, take the zone, but that's not going to be it. HLG Gold will move on to finals in a sweep.
Yeah, HLG Gold, congratulations. You will now move on to best of 5 in the finals, and that finals matchup is already set here. It's going to be HLG Gold, our number 2 seed, versus our number 1 seed, XxShadowWarriors. Just taking a look at how both these teams have done. As a reminder, HLG Gold are in position 20 in Div 4, so just even making it to the finals is huge for them. And as terms of XxShadowWarriors, they're in seed 8, so I feel both these teams have a lot still left to fight for, as XxShadowWarriors still trying to remain for qualification and HLG Gold trying to punch their ticket to it.
I mean, yeah, like finals, this is a great way to show what you're made of, what maybe pull out the secret sauce if you have any, and just kind of take some wins, you know?
Yeah, 100%. And if you take a look at our losers for this for these semis, they still have a match to be played. It is the 3rd place match, but still, you still want to fight for every point. Every point matters in these qualifications, and it will be the Holy Snail in there, who we just saw, versus VCU Spirality, who we saw earlier beat Drexel, and now they find themselves down in this 3rd place matchup. So it's going to be very interesting for you viewers who stuck with us during this entire time. We are going to see very similar matchup there if we are going to be streaming that 3rd place match, that is.
Well, we might not, but looks like we might not, because best of 5 is going to come up really shortly, because I'm ready for finals.
Yeah, for sure here. I'm very intrigued to see how this is, because just taking a look at how this tournament this bracket basically has turned out so far, just taking a look how XxShadowWarriors run has been. We start off with sweep against CSULB Blue, then a sweep against Octo and Squids United, then another, and not another sweep, a 2-1 victory over VCU Spirality. So only dropping 1 map in this entire Top Cut division already. That's pretty good, and that's pretty dominant, so they're definitely somebody to keep a worry out.
Well, I don't know what else there is to say. I'm just ready. That's really it.
But yeah, But before we get to it, we're going to take a very, very quick break here as we prepare things for our grand final. So don't go anywhere. Maybe get a quick snack here because this is going to be a longer set. Reminder, best of 5 starts now, starts in grand finals. We will be back with you very shortly to see and determine who our victor of CCA Circuit Qualifier number 3 is. But yeah, we will be right back.
Don't go anywhere.
When I look in your eyes, I see the stars shooting from the sky as if thrown from Mars. Hold me tight, please don't let me down, 'cause we'll start falling, falling, falling towards the ground. Cause we'll start falling, falling, falling. Cause we'll start falling, falling, falling. Cause we'll start falling. Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down?
I hope you got your snacks. I hope you got your drinks, because one of these teams will be disturbing the peace as we are here with our CCA Circuit Qualifier number 3 finals. We have our number 1 and number 2 seeds. We have XxShadowWarriorsxX and HLG Gold. I am Topic, joined by Rocket. And Rocket, you ready to go?
I am ready to go here. We have the Virginia Commonwealth University in XxShadowWarriors versus the University of California Riverside in HLG Gold here. And like I mentioned before we took that very short break, both teams are fighting for a lot here. XxShadowWarriors are 8th seed in 8th position for Division 4 in overall, have 170 points to their name, hoping to add to that a little bit and hoping to stay afloat in the CCA circuit. If you take a look on the other hand, HLG Gold arguably have a lot more to fight with as well, a lot more to prove, as they are all the way down in seed number 20 with only 80 points. So making it this far is an accomplishment enough, but I'm sure they want all the points they can get their hands on Topic.
Well, in order to get those points, you still have to get through one final opponent, and let's see how they will start us off as we hop into game number 1, Splat Zone's Mako Mart.
Splat Zone's Mako Mart, a very interesting map, not your typical Zones map in terms of it being a completely flat area and surrounding it in terms of that, because you have those elevations on either side which allow for a longer range weapon such as a pencil, maybe a blaster, maybe these longer range dualies as well, or even any shooter really to have that elevated position here. As we jump straight into things, we are seeing that HLG Gold already have a slight lead already. We're seeing that Reef Cheese coming from XxShadowWarriors, and already, though, it is still heavily contested in mid, but eventually XxShadowWarriors will eventually come out on top and take that lead.
Yeah, and their comp is really accustomed to that. They do have the reside to get themselves in. They do have the bubble to keep themselves in. They do have the strikes to kind of stop any attempted pushes from the other team. And so far, they're doing that really, really well, as the zone is being neutralized by HLG Gold, but Shadow Warriors quickly able to get it. But unfortunately for them, they're going to lose and incur a penalty. But they're not gone just yet, as they are still fighting tooth and nail for the zone. Bubbles are going out. Bombs are going out. Kills are being had, and Shadow Warriors will be the winners of that.
Yeah, 100% here. XxShadowWarriors almost out of their penalty already here. They did lose their shot in that scuffle. Now losing the cooler as well. They will potentially lose momentum a little bit, as Chris will be able to throw some tri-strikes onto that, as that blaster is continuing to play keep away with that T-Tech, as they will eventually retake the zone and incur the penalty onto XxShadowWarriors. But still, though, they are still holding on desperately, as the zone is still up in the air and now eventually being taken back by XxShadowWarriors.
Yeah, it's going to be taken back, but you see how aggressive they're being. It's Shadow Warriors getting a quick 3 down and going even further. They want all the glory right here. Unfortunately, the Reef Slider will be Reef Slider and get canceled almost immediately. And now, if you're HLG Gold, you need to find yourself you need to find another way in, and doing a really good job of that with 2 specials being used here with the Zuka, with the strikes. They're forcing their way in. There's the Kraken being popped, looking for another kill. They're not quite able to get it, but HLG Gold very, very quickly able to respond here and get the zone.
Now you can really open the floodgates really easily if you're HLG Gold, especially since you're out of the penalty. But you can't let XxShadowWarriors take back the zone even for a second if you want to keep up this momentum. But that's going to be a little bit different to do as those tri-strikes come in, and now XxShadowWarriors will eventually take back the zone. Cooler is out as well. A Ghost will be the one placing that. The Durs will be the Dapple Dualies there, just trying to keep possession of the zone, and they're doing a wonderful job of that as they take down the shot.
I mean, yeah, so far, Shadow Warriors are just winning their 1v1s, and then so far, it's been working out really, really well for them. As you see, HLG Gold is forced to use so many specials just to get zone, not quite able to get the area around it, and just like that, able to quickly at least neutralize it, as HLG Gold is trying to do even more damage. There it is, the Kraken being popped. Nice kill there on the heavy to try to cancel out that cooler. But even with 1 down, with 2 down, Shadow Warriors, Chris just survives apparently, but Shadow Warriors still trying to fight for the zone. HLG Gold just holds on for dear life.
Chris is playing laser tag back there, a dominant force, a dominant backline for HLG Gold. A great backline for them. They have the tri-strikes popping it as well to try to play keep away. 2 players are down for XxShadowWarriors, so now the potential for a lead change here if they can just keep XxShadowWarriors out of the zone at least for a little bit. But Keely, the Reef Slider, is here. There it goes. It will find 1 in its wake. We'll find 2. The Durs is just going in. We'll find 3 as well, and we'll find the quadruple in that. Basically a complete 4K wipeout, and just like that, XxShadowWarriors back in the driver's seat.
I mean, yeah, the momentum is on their side. They're out of the penalty. They're able to go forward. The Duras there doing even more damage with a double kill in HLG Gold's base, basically stopping any attempted push before even starts. And that is another wipeout for HLG Gold. Absolutely devastating for them, because now in the final 10 seconds, you just kind of have to run forward. And unfortunately, they do pop the strikes, but that's not going to be enough. And Shadow Warriors with the win. Shout out to the Durs there with like 7 kills in the last 30 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, pretty much. Not only getting that quick 4K, but first getting that Reef Slider in, taking the entire zone, and saying, hold my beer, I got this. Completely wiping out HLG Gold in their wake and unable to respond. XxShadowWarriors will take game 1, but remember, we are in 5-game series, so it's not over yet, and I'm sure HLG Gold have learned a thing or two about how XxShadowWarriors likes to play.
I mean, yeah, you lost game 1, you got punched in the mouth, just take it on the chin and move on. Because, listen, they still got a lot to work on, or they still got a lot to work with, because for most of that game, it was pretty even, all things considered. It was really only until they basically got wiped out by Shadow Warriors did the dominoes really start to fall, did the cracks really start to show, and then they got a little desperate at the very end. Shadow Warriors took advantage of that. They got, I believe, 2 wipeouts on them, and then the game was just over at that point. So if HLG Gold could just really avoid putting themselves in situations where they get wiped out, or where they even have the opportunity to get wiped out, that'd really be helpful for them.
Yeah, 100%, and we're seeing here the onslaught that is the Doors finding 1, 2, 3, and 4, opening the things up for their team to win that, and let's see if they can continue with that as we're moving on to game number 2, Clan Blitz on Scorched Gorge. Now, I like the Reef Slider choice here, but I also like the continuation of that bubble being played here, especially since Scorched Gorge. We've talked about how on previous sets we were talking about how on Rainmakers that getting through a singular choke point is really hard if you don't have these special same thing for Clan Blitz maps, especially on Scorched Gorge, because it allows you to have that protection near the goal, and not only that, it creates so much space that the opponents have to take out that bubble or respect the space that it creates in order to really stop your push.
Yeah, so I think we both liken this map mode to Rainmaker Museum, right? Because there's a really big choke point that if you get through, it's really easy to score. And since, well, technically there is a second way, but the second way isn't really used because you're really exposed. It's unless you have the advantage already, then you can really do something with that. But just like Museum, this map really comes down to which team can get the opponent ramp first and which team can stay there longer. If they're able to do that, they're able to keep the goal open for longer, they're able to score more, and the floodgates will just keep on opening.
Yeah, having that constant push is key. Now, on the other side, you have HLG Gold. You have Chris with those tri-strikes. Another wonderful special to have in pushing, because it does the same thing, except it has the pressure of, hey, if you don't get out of here, you're gonna die to it. You're gonna have to move, and you have three of them as well, which allows for the versatility of where you can throw them, and it's definitely gonna be perfect on if Chris runs that ZNF again, because having that ability and being able to do it from the safety of your backline is just really, really powerful.
Yeah, but to basically counteract what you're saying is this mode in particular, I think is more favored to Shadow Warriors, because unlike zones where you kind of just sit back and let the enemy come to you, or you can sit back on like a stally mode, the enemy will run straight at you and you're gonna have to deal with it. They're gonna make you as uncomfortable as possible. It is, well, yes, you won't get spawn camped as easily. You are kind of forced to deal with people just running straight at you, which, yes, if you can consistently hit your shots, if you can consistently get them into bad spots, is good. But if they just keep coming over and over, just keep throwing themselves at you, eventually you're gonna break.
Yeah, let's see if HOG Gold or XxShadowWarriors brings a little bit of a surprise here, maybe in changes of weapons. We'll have to wait and see here. We're seeing a decaf. There's the surprise coming from Big Nut. And on the other side, Anarchy will switch to the Viper, and the Junior will have that bubble. So very interesting choice between these two teams to switch things up for us.
Yeah, and we see two bubbles, one on each side, which bubble on this map is actually very good. It kind of keeps you in. Now, if you're HOG Gold, you learn from that first game. You got to make sure the doors there is not able to do a whole lot. And so far, they're doing a pretty good job of that, of just keeping it as neutral as possible and trying to find their rhythm here. Mr. Peanut going in, able to get a really nice pick there onto Anarchy. There's the Reef Slider. Oh, but there's the decaf being a decaf with a nice 2-for-1 kill, 3 going down on Shadow Warriors. This is the opening HOG Gold needs.
Yeah, to counteract the aggressiveness that is the doors on the Dapple is that decaf. Not only that, but also providing that bubble. We see a little bit of a, oh my goodness, Big Nut with another one and going in with the push. Look at the double swipes we are seeing from them. This has just been like Fruit Ninja to them, just slicing and dicing members of XxShadowWarriors here. But to counteract this, a great defense, at least temporarily, but the clams are still coming in, especially from Chris. Now Space Plan also putting in some more clams to add insult to injury, and 32 is a great initial push.
I mean, with how good HOG Gold's been playing, yeah, I have to agree. They haven't allowed Shadow Warriors to really get onto their side, as so far they're has returned to a neutral situation, and now Shadow Warriors, the pressure is on them to force a way in. They do have a bubble, they will have a hammer, and they will have a Resider really at the ready. Now it's just about, can they use that to get the kills that they need? With no cooler, that may be a little bit harder than necessary or than they expect, but they got the specials to work with.
Ooh, there are the specials going in right there. The decaf plus the stamp. The stamp actually being shut down by Mr. Peanut, but Salt Shaker trying to go in. We'll find 2 with that bomb and will pop the barrier there, but will there be any follow-up? The doors is the closest member, but Anarchy jumping in as well. There needs to be clams to be put in. Wipeout, yes, but will there be follow-up? Yes, there is. There is follow-up to at least keep the barrier up a little bit. There is a lot of clams available to XxShadowWarriors, which could potentially switch the lead here if they can win this team fight, as this continuation of clams are going in. But HOG Gold finally coming back, finally rallying and ending things, as Mr. Peanut gets a quick double there.
Yeah, I mean, that was very, very scary for HOG Gold. They're very, very lucky that Shadow Warriors didn't have enough clams to kind of end the game there, or even take the lead. But that's a shock to your system right there. Getting your opponent getting it down to 47. Now, if you're HOG Gold, you know you can't make that many mistakes, because if you do, you will get punished super easily. Nice one shot there by the decaf, going for the doubles, not quite able to get it. But now Shadow Warriors, only the junior is left, as the balls in the sneak right past him and score. And with the clams to go, they might be able to get him even more on the board. That's 1. That's 2. Looking for the triple, not able to get it, but the clams are there. This might be the game. Space Plan jumping in with the power. It's gonna get shut down. It's gonna get picked up again, but no. HOG Gold are a couple inches short from ending the game, but that put the fear into Shadow Warriors right there.
What a stop by XxShadowWarriors. The bomb being perfectly placed to get rid of that jump. They follow up by taking out all the members who tried to follow up and try to end things, just barely missing the goal. They will remain afloat, at least temporarily though, but there needs to be a greater push for XxShadowWarriors to stay in this. The stamp is available for them, Anarchy with that, but with 2 players down, they want to retain their resources and wait for a better opportunity. Chris will pop those strikes, but Keeley, look at the specials available. The stamp and bubble are available, and there they go for XxShadowWarriors.
I mean, there's one already down, not able to get any picks for Shadow Warriors, as now HOG Gold, they're kind of in a good spot here. They have to watch the flank though. The door is able to get onto the plat, pop the Reslider, get a pick. There's 2 powers going in for Shadow Warriors. Hold on, another big push. Chris is last here. The doors are signing for people to come through. Anarchy with a couple more claims in reserve, though unfortunately the decaf defense with a triple kill. Ghost, the last one remaining, forced to back away. And now if you're Shadow Warriors, you need a power clam right now.
That was huge defense there. The wall to protect the decaf and those slices cutting down 3 more. This is huge. The ball for XxShadowWarriors in no man's land. Players just having to jump on it. All it takes is one more ball to head into HLG's goal and the ball will disappear, but it will not be enough as evening things up. HLG Gold will take this, and we saw a completely different team here, not only because of how they executed, but with their weapons. I mean, MVP decaf, hello?
I mean, it has to be, right? I think they got a couple of double kills at the very beginning. They came, there's one right there. They just kept their team in. It was just like, especially at the very end when Shadow Warriors was knocking on the door of taking the lead, the decaf just jumped in and just got a double or triple kill to save the game. That's MVP decaf. Now, this game to me read as big offenses and clutch defenses.
Yeah, I agree with you there, but not only that, it showed that it was not a easy match for either team at all. That was a grueling battle, a huge back and forth between them because they had several big pushes. Not only were both teams able to knock it down to near the 20s, down to the 10s, which is rare to see in clan blitzes nowadays, but it was all offense. We're seeing the decaf yet again proving their presence made, but this is what gave us the initial feeling that maybe we could see a comeback there, as the ball quite didn't make it in to end things in a knockout, but I'm sure they're not complaining about it with that win. As we move on to game number 3 here, which will be Rainmaker on Robo Ramen.
Okay, now I like Rainmaker Ramen in general because, I don't know, it just takes advantage of the map a lot more than most other modes, if that makes sense, because you do have the obvious left side route. It's like the most basic route. It's there, it's great, it works, right? But then you have the sneaky right side route, because if you do take the right side, it is, I believe, a shorter distance. Even though it's the same amount of points, a shorter distance from the mid to the checkpoint. However, you are at such a high disadvantage that you really need to get like a main advantage before you've been thinking about it.
Yeah, let's see if these teams remain steady with what they pick. The decaf and similar comps actually from both sides here. The same comp running it back from both sides, I believe, here, as we see the decaf coming from HLG Gold on the other side. The doors on those Dapple Doolies and the stamp. That seems to be the winning formula for both teams. Have the decaf pop off for HLG Gold, have XxShadowWarriors have their double special. But we see already HLG Gold losing 3 members, and already the checkpoint will be capped, but of course that decap will make sure that it is a costly cap, as 2 players are sliced and diced in the wake of it.
I mean, I think both teams went 3 down. The doors got a triple there to get that push started, but the decap got a triple there to save the game. It's just explosive offenses or defenses actually on both sides. Just really explosive plays. The doors going in, able to get the Rainmaker and not going down. That's 3 down. That's a wipeout on the side of HLG Gold. Now, Shadow Warriors have the chance to extend their lead even further, getting it down to 47 for being stopped. And that might be the end of it, as last Kimberly catch the last one alive, and they're kind of far back, so they're kind of forced out.
Yeah, Space Plan.
Never mind. Hold on. They're still going. They're still going.
Oh my goodness, the Dapple Doolies from the doors have been dangerous, but the recklessness that they have is huge. As I didn't even see that initially, but that was almost a sneaky little knockout, but the smart move here, resetting it back to mid. HLG Gold will create a little bit more space for them to work with. Ooh, beautiful Zuka shot too.
I mean, HOG Gold almost got hit with the Rainmaker Classic, just sit in a puddle of ink and wait. But so far, another 2v2 situation here. The door is going to go down to Space Plan right here. And now HOG Gold has their first chance to get some points on the board, as Shadow Warriors haven't really needed to play defense this entire game. They've been all aggression. They've been pedal to the metal, all go, no breaks, all green. They have yet to play real defense in this game, and so far it's been working for them.
Yeah, and still though, they are nearing the half-point mark, and they need to develop a push soon and fast here. They need to find an opportunity that presents itself. The ZNF will unfortunately go down though, so now with a player down, a little bit on their back foot, especially with these strikes going in, but that NZAP will actually find 2 there in the wake before they are taken down. A huge 2-for-1 trade, as this decap will try to continuously cause damage. No, they are shut down there, but now HLG Gold can breathe a little bit as they're back in mid, but they need to get this Rainmaker forward.
I mean, they can't really breathe here. They have 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. They just picked up the Rainmaker, and they have yet to make forward progress. There's the doors there, at least forcing them back. The Rainmaker's gonna drop before going down, and still, HOG Gold has yet to pass mid. That just shows how much Shadow Warriors have kind of dominated this entire game. Yeah, they have not knocked it out yet, but they've gotten it down to 4 in the first minute, and that just been sitting there and telling HOG Gold, hey, you have to come to us. You have to break out our lockout. You have to make sure, oh, nice go there. You have to make sure you can get through us before even getting close to scoring.
Yeah, but XxShadowWarriors is the deadly one too. Anarchy in with the stamp and the doors with the Dapple Dualies. They have their specials. A nice double right there from the doors, taking out 2 members of HOG Gold. Another will fall, and now is just 1 player left, but the Rainmaker will not be picked up. Yeah, they seem to just be sending a message here for HOG Gold, not really pushing in here, as they don't really need to risk it here, but I mean, why would you just leave the Rainmaker back there, as now an opportunity may present itself for HOG Gold to actually retake mid?
I mean, you can call it a bit of a tantalizing effort by Shadow Warriors to kind of make HOG Gold think they have a chance to grab it, but so far they have yet to be able to. We are 4 minutes into the game, and HOG Gold has yet to score. Shadow Warriors has been, I've been saying this again and again this entire game, they have been absolutely dominating this entire game. They have yet to basically be on their side of mid at all. They have yet to be on defense at all. Yes, this is the last 30 seconds, so there's a chance they have to be a little bit more cautious, but with how well they've been playing, I doubt that they need to be too worried.
Yeah, but with 15 seconds nearing us, HOG Gold have one last opportunity, but Keeley, the first checkpoint, has not been taken yet, so there will still be a massive team fight for who gets the Rainmaker after, but that might not even be necessary if 2 players are down for HOG Gold as well as the Rainmaker, and just like that, XxShadowWarriors dominantly winning game 3 here and sending a message in return saying, hey, we saw how that game 2 turned out. Let's flip it on its head and turn it the other way.
You know, Rocket, there's a famous saying that it's not about, well, in this case, it's not about the Rainmaker. It's about sending a message. And I think the message Shadow Warriors sent is, we are winning this. I don't care who's in our way. You are getting run over, and that's exactly what happened. We see the doors just getting basically the game-winning push down to 4 in the first minute of the game, and then from then on, HOG Gold just have not been able to really get past mid. And a bit of the opening here, the doors gets 2 down, 3 down actually, and then the decaf, although they do get 2, the Rainmaker pedestal does drop. So now Shadow Warriors, you're looking pretty strong here after that very dominant game number 3.
Yeah, but now we move to game number 4, which is Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy here. And remember, on Scourge Gorge, HLG were actually the ones to win that in a dominant fashion, so maybe you could see the same thing repeating here on Inkblot Art Academy. And in terms of how these teams, or in terms of maybe some speculation and predictions here, I don't think either of these teams changed their comp at all. I mean, we saw game 2, 3, and now potentially in another one in game number 4, where we see a very, very simple, really, what's the word? Really, not hiding anything of how they want to win. I mean, on one side, you have that decav that just wants to go in and pop off for HLG, but on the other side, you have the 1-2 of having that reef slider and that stamp just to really initiate things.
I mean, if you're either team, you don't really want to change, right? Because you've gotten this far with the weapons you've ran, right? You've gotten to finals doing the same strategies that has worked, right? The only real change has been the switch to the decav, which has been really, really effective. It got a couple of kills. It gave them the win in game number 2. But now that your backs are against the wall, there's no reason to switch, because if it works, why switch it up?
Yeah, but maybe a little bit of dread creeping up on them, because now they cannot afford to make any more mistakes. They have to win 2 straight, because any mistake will cost them this qualifier qualifier win, that is, as maybe the decav did work in terms of surprising them, but maybe, just maybe, XxShadowWarriors might be expecting it now, so who knows? Maybe if they stick with it, I think they should because of that bubble, but maybe if they switch to a different bubble weapon, maybe a junior, or less played, a regular Splat vanilla roller, I think that could work as well, because decav and Splat roller play similarly, obviously being those closer range weapons and having that bubble just to create so much space within it.
Well, we'll see if they keep the decav or switch as we enter our potential final game of this qualifier. HLG Gold sticking with the same comp they have in Shadow Warriors, sticking with the same comp as well, so no changes. They feel very, very confident as we head into this game.
All cards are on the table now. Both teams know what to expect, how both teams to be played on this. But the decav goes down early to a bomb, but on the other side, the Tenatech does the same. And actually, 2 players are down now. The junior is down. You have the interesting switch actually to that junior. No longer is there a stamp. It is a bubble plus reef slider, which can create so much space on the push. The edit will go down, so no cooler for XxShadowWarriors. That is huge, actually, as another player goes down. Now 3, it is just left to the junior here. With cooler on the backs of them, HLG Gold could potentially go for the push, a delayed wipe, and there it opens, the barrier and the floodgates.
I mean, the floodgates are being shut super, super quickly as HLG Gold able to get a couple of clams. The decav able to get 1 more kill, though. So HLG Gold will be the first to strike. However, that's really not the push you're looking for on your first attempt, because you just basically gave Shadow Warriors a free power clam, a free 20 points, and then you need like 3 more clams to take the lead from you. So if you're HLG Gold, you have to be very, very cautious, because there's a reef slider. There's 1. The door is forced to back away, but 3 down on HLG Gold. Here come the members of Shadow Warriors here to score. There's the bubble going in, but no power clam, unfortunately, for them.
Yeah, the clams were all eliminated, and actually the doors will finally get the barrier open, but at the cost of their lives. Their team is not in a great position to follow up, but they need to get on it now as the doors are open. But no, the doors are now shut as the barrier shuts itself, giving HLG Gold the clam here. A push to get onto the board indeed, but not enough to take the lead, as XxShadowWarriors do have 2 specials available to at least hold mid here.
Yeah, but now the question becomes... Oh, nice go there, never mind. Now the question becomes, can HLG Gold really get in? Because they have a good start here. The door is going in, able to find 1 on the end zap, and Shadow Warriors now have a free way in. There's the power going in. There's the lead. Though it looks like they don't have a lot of follow-up. Ghost does have 2 power claim or pity claims. They are going to get 2 of them in and get down to 61. But that's just another quick score by HLG Gold, as Shadow Warriors didn't get wiped out, and now the opportunity for a kind of a taste of their own medicine here.
Yes, but XxShadowWarriors are still defending it fiercely here. The lead has not been yet taken by HLG Gold, and it doesn't look like it will be, at least for this moment, as Chris will die to a bomb trying to get an exiting pick. Unfortunate there, but with 2 minutes 10 left, a little bit less than half the match still be played. Still plenty of time for HLG Gold to come back into this, and they need to, because this could be their tournament here if they fail to. Salt Shaker taking this 1v1 on the left side against Space Plan. Let's see who comes out on top. Salt Shaker will be the one to win that, and that could be the catalyst to XxShadowWarriors getting in another push to extend their lead.
I mean, it looks just like it. The doors with another Reef Slider and 2 more power claims are gonna go in. They're both gonna go in. The bubble, though, is gonna get shut down. Looks like that's gonna be end of the push. Maybe not. The doors with 1 more little clam in there. Salt Shaker here trying to just run up there. Unfortunately, just a second too late. And now, if you're HLG Gold, your backs are really up against a rock here, as Shadow Warriors just looking to shut down anything they tried to do. The decap trying to go in, it's not gonna work. There's another one in for HOG Gold. They're able to break the basket, but the follow-up is very, very limited here.
Yeah, Ghost is the last player standing in XxShadowWarriors' side to really contest this. The clams are going in, but the score is not going to be enough to take the lead here. A minute left. The doors might close here if Mr. Peanut will jump out here just to save their life. The lead is still in the favor of XxShadowWarriors here. With 45 seconds left, another push needs to be made to stay alive here, but so far XxShadowWarriors clamping down strong on mid.
I mean, if you're HLG Gold, you really can't afford any mistakes. If you make one bad mistake, then that probably is going to be your tourney run. The decap able to find one, able to stay alive with the bubble, but unfortunately for them, Shadow Warriors able to score again. The bubble is there. The doors sneaks it in with a power clamp. 13 points left. 10 points left. 5 or 7, 4. 2 more clams. Shadow Warriors trying to clutch it through, and there it is. Shadow Warriors, the death by 1,000 cuts has officially happened, and Shadow Warriors, our #1 seed, will take home the gold trophy for this qualifier.
I've been thinking about this joke since the beginning of the set, but I guess you could say the doors closed on HLG's gold. They unfortunately were unable to come out.
Alright.
I'm getting a lot of flack for that one, but
you're getting a lot of flack.
Come on. When you name yourself the doors, come on. The joke is just sitting right there. But XxShadowWarriors nonetheless will take CCA Circuit Qualifier number 3 Div 4 here in a 3-1 fashion, but there's just the amazing contesting of HLG Gold to keep the set close. I mean, none of these games were really one-sided in the sense of like it just being dominant from the start, but eventually XxShadowWarriors pulled away.
Game 3.
Very dominant. I mean, yeah, in game 3, but even then, they were able to at least hold firm here, and still, HLG Gold still had some fight in them, just not enough to beat XxShadowWarriors. I mean, they were our #1 seed for a reason here.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, shout out to HLG Gold putting up a really good fight, but Shadow Warriors, the doors, shout out. You know what? Sometimes Dapple Doolies, they're pretty good.
Yeah, they are. They provided so much value, not only in terms of just their tenacity, their speed, their sharking ability, but that Reef Slider. That Reef Slider is so versatile in not only zones and taking the zones, but creating so much pressure in Clam Blitz, in Rainmaker. But yeah, congratulations to them. And we're going to be having a little bit of some housekeeping to keep up with. A little bit of a little ad here, a little shout out to our sponsors. With the CCA action heating up, CCA is excited to announce that Aces Rogue is the sponsor of CCA Circuit. Their esports initiative is giving the CCA Circuit prizing support to our top teams for this season, and us as a CCA community are wonderful and overjoyed to have them as our prizing sponsor. If you want to find a little bit more about them, you can find about their elite rewards program, just type in !ACES in the CCA Twitch chat. I'm not sure if it works here, but give it a shot because they are a wonderful org to keep an eye out for. So thank you for Asus Rogue for their support of this college run here, because it truly supports the teams and means a lot to them.
Yes, you know what? We need more sponsors in Splatoon, especially the CCA scene. Great teams, great people. So if you're watching this, please support them.
Yeah, 100%. And also a little shout out to another tournament that's going to be coming out tomorrow right here on SplatoonTourney. It's going to be Sunset Surge, which will occur at 12 p.m. Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. So be sure to keep an eye out for it. You see it right there, our wonderful graphic. That looks amazing, Topic.
I mean, it really does. You know, I like the whole Halloween themed camp horror. I might watch that. It looks exciting.
But yeah, but yeah, but yeah. Thank you for our graphics creator for doing that. I believe Joryan created that. I think is that what he's looking. The stream package. Yeah, look at this beautiful stream package here. Just the voices in my head. Apologies, but I just shout out Joryan for being our wonderful streamer here. Thank you, Topic, for being my co-commentator. But obviously, we have a little bit of shout out ourselves as well. So, Topic, where can the people find you?
Yeah, you can find me over on Twitter, unfortunately, and thankfully on Blue Sky, over at Topical2. You can find where I'm commentating next, or the ramblings of a madman. You can follow, see me on Discord at Topic_2. And yeah, that's about it. Rocket, what about you?
You can find me, hopefully not in a voided sense, in this lighting, on Twitter and Twitch at Rocket_Splat. You can find me at RocketY on Discord. I'm always down to chat if you find me rambling around in Splatoon Discord servers. But yeah, that'll be about it. Another thanks to Joryan for being our wonderful streamer. Thank you all for watching, and hope to see you in the next qualifier.
Yes, and remember, never stop disturbing the peace.
But if you were interested, actually, if you were interested a little bit in how this affects the Division 4 standings here, you see here on this nifty little Excel sheet that hopefully should pop up soon here, we will have XxShadowWarriors, who were our victors in this Div 4 tournament. We're initially 8th, but obviously with winning the entire qualifiers, I mean, they will boost up that leaderboard for sure. And if you take a look at HLG Gold, obviously not the ultimate goal that they envisioned, but still, I'm pretty sure they're happy with a second place finish. Topic.
I mean, anybody would be. No, it's not as great as first place, of course, but it's better than nothing. And speaking of placements, our third place match has actually concluded, and it looks like the Holy Snail will take third place with VCU Spirality falling to fourth. So shout outs to both of those teams as well.
Yeah, 100%. A little bit of oopsie daisies. Just disturbing the peace. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but yeah, congratulations to them. And this is a little bit of a summary of how the just taking a look at how the rest of this bracket turned out. If you are curious of how your team did, or a team you were supporting in Division 4 Top Cut, maybe a little bit of just taking a look of how it turned out here, just here soon, hopefully, just taking a look at maybe if you were a team of VCU Spirality. I mean, still a very, very accomplished task here, at least placing 4th. So you still are up there with the top of the top, placing 5th and 6th. You have, I believe, Holy Snail. Yeah, Holy Snail will place 5th. And still, though, well done from all these teams. I mean, representing their universities, I'm sure that is an accomplishment of themselves.
I mean, if I played more Splatoon and I wanted to play for my university, I'd do it as well.
But yeah, thank you all for watching. We will sign out here officially for sure. But I mean, do you want to repeat what you said earlier, Topic, to end things off?
Well, If you already heard this, then oh well. But remember, that's going to be it from us. And always, never stop disturbing the peace.